That's fine. Okay. Okay, we are live. So now I'm going to get on here. We'll just wait for it to queue up. So, okay. View channel. Lunaspuppets is live.
Orientation.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
There we go. Okay, we'll do it this way.
I have to let Jill know. She said she wants to watch.
I'll share a link here in a second that we
Okay.
can post up. Okay. Wish I had a better stand. Okay, that looks good. Share, copy. All right. All right, Chris, we're going live.
All right.
Okay, I posted a link up so you can share that. Post this to a couple places. Okay, there's another post. Anywhere else we should be posting this link? Shiflet?
I can't hear you.
Shiflet Brothers? You think?
Oh, yeah.
Should I post a link up there?
Sure.
Yeah. I think a lot of people would want to see that. Okay. And then I'll do one on my Instagram, and then whatever you want to share. Do you see the link that I posted?
Not yet. On Shiflet Brothers?
Yeah, or on my
Oh,
profile.
there. It just came through.
Well, that's probably good for now. Okay. So on here, these will pop up.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can, if a good question comes up, you can just read it to Chris.
Okay.
So he can respond. And then typically it takes, because we've been going for 4 minutes now, so people start to trickle in. We'll usually go for 10-15 minutes before we start.
Would Chris have to read it? Would it be easier for him to read it and answer?
Chris, do you want to be able to read the questions yourself, or do you?
That would be great if I could.
it's
Just
close
because.
Yeah.
No, I don't. I don't hear well either, so I prefer to read it.
So I'll put that there.
Okay. Great.
Crazy heavy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it will be fun to rotocast.
Oh my god.
So we're live now?
Yep. You're good to go.
Hey everyone, we are at Raiden Gorby's, and he is doing all the work, fortunately. We are making castings, clay castings, in the original Gremlin Master Mold, which is now, I don't remember how old it is, many decades old. And so say hi if you're on, and I'm here to answer questions if you want, or just chat because I have nothing to do. Okay, we got 5 people. So this project is Raiden's project that I'm just loaning out the molds for. He's got a, what year is it? 67?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, 67 VW Bug that he's getting fitted out, just like Billy's in the movie Gremlins. And so his plan is to make a couple of animatronic gremlins to freak people out with, I think. So what he's doing now is he's done the clay rotocasting in the 2 arm molds, and he's next going to be filling it with some urethane as a core for it, on some PVC, so that he has a solid base to do any cleanup and stuff on the piece. What else? I gotta see what he's up to. Actually, I can't see him.
All right, so I'm going to rotocast this urethane in here, and that'll create a hard shell. Since the clay becomes pliable, especially as you're working it, it gets warmer. This urethane will keep everything nice and rigid. And that'll also allow me to mount a pole inside so I can mount it if we have to do any resculpting. This part takes a little bit of time to cure. So you said these original pieces were sculpted by you and Tony McVeigh?
Yeah, so the original Gremlin was largely Tony McVeigh's sculpt, and then we started falling a little behind on the schedule, and so I would block out certain aspects of, especially the scale pattern. I would make minor changes to what Tony was doing, and then that way, I would do this after Tony'd had his full work day, so that the next sort of steps were already laid out for him to do all the finished work on. I'm not sure he did all the finished work, but he did the vast majority of it. And then I had Randy Dutra come in as well to work for a few days on it. That was usually after Tony's work day. So we tried to, pile all the work on it and get it done a little quicker, which worked out fine. And then we made this multi-part silicone mold. Now, I don't think any of us on the show at that point had actually done a real multi-part silicone mold. We were all a little hesitant to actually take that first step. So I wound up doing that. But then it worked out fine. I can't remember who took over, but I did not do the whole mold myself, but I did a fair bit of it. And so these are the molds that we have here today. Still workable. We'll see how well they sit and pull together. But I'm a little concerned about some of the seams, stuff like that. But we should be pretty close. They've held up fairly well over time. I don't know if there's been maybe a little bit of shrinkage or something between some of them. So, hi, Jill. And yeah, they're 82. They're 43 years old. Yeah, and I don't think I've used them since. Oh, actually, that's not true. We ran a couple of I think fiberglass ones for Planet Hollywood back in the day, and but other than that, they've just been sitting under my workbench for years and years and years. I'm gonna turn around and check again. Going okay?
Yep. So I got the first shell in there, and then all the fingers are backfilled, so that's all solid. Right now the forearm's still a cavity, so I'm going to take my pull, stick it in there, and
Okay.
then run one more layer so that's all solid. And then this one will be ready to be molded.
Raiden has done this before. I have not. So, besides, I'm very old.
So that sets up. Here's a better look at that mold.
Where are we holding this up here? Here?
So up, yeah. So this is the arm mold. Is this the left one? Yeah. The left arm we're doing first.
Yeah. Interesting. So he's run a layer of rigid urethane in there to maintain the form, and now he's going to lock a bit of PVC pipe with some cheesecloth on it, lock it in with more urethane. How much faster is this process? It's not, it's not a comparable process, actually. This is a process unique for basically creating a new pattern to remold, which is what Raiden's going to be doing. And so in the old days, we would probably just do a clay press, because back then I think we only had Roma Plastilina to work with, and which is an Italian oil-based modeling clay with a high sulfur content that used to drive me crazy because it burned my eyes. So this is new to me. I have not done this particular process before. Seems to be going fine so far, but these are also the easier molds to work with. The other ones are a little more ungainly, larger and heavier. That's the body and the head, which I'll show you. And here's the body form, and it's open on the bottom. We didn't sculpt the bottoms of the feet till later on, and it's open at the top, and it's open at either arm, shoulder. So it's going to be interesting to see how Raiden makes that work. The other one that's left is the head mold, which is very ungainly. This one is the one I'm most worried about because it just does not quite want to sit the way it should anymore. And so there are going to be gaps. There's going to be some resculpting on this, but I don't think it's going to be too bad. But again, Raiden's going to be rotocasting this, and it's not going to be fun. I also have some of the different molds. Hello, Tin Pot. These are upper and lower teeth and pallets that hopefully will be all that's needed. I also have separate molds of just the teeth and gums. I don't know why. And I am donating to the cause, if I can get this open. I'm donating 2 pair of original gremlin eyes. These were painted way back in the 80s for the film. The film was so crazy, we just wound up having a factory essentially creating parts because we were building puppets on set as we were working the day before or whatever. So we did wind up with a lot of spares on things. So there's not many left of these, but I figured this is a good cause. And it'll add that much more authenticity.
I didn't know I get to keep those.
The one thing that's I don't have the mold on is the tongue, but I do have an actual section of one of the puppets that has basically the tongue and the upper palate in it. So we're going to see if we can scan that and do something with that. And that's basically all the molds we have to work with today. What else is new? Don't know. Any questions from anybody? James, greetings to you as well. Glad you could join us.
It might take a minute for everyone to trickle in and show up.
Oh, so it's gonna probably take a minute for everyone to see the link.
So how long was production for Gremlins? How long did you work?
That is an interesting question. How long was actual production? We had 3 phases of production. That was main unit, second unit, and then puppet unit. And so we tried to shoot as much as possible as we could with the main unit, with the actors on location, all that stuff. And that was, I'm trying to remember, I want to say it was 3 or 4 months. And then second unit was basically still the first unit. We just didn't have the sound or anything, sound people there. And that was a lot of puppet stuff, but it was puppets using all the main sets, all that stuff. And then the third unit, which was our puppet unit, was where we did all of the really unique stuff, the oversized Mogwai and Gizmo, the special rigs that needed close-up shots or whatever like that. The Mogwai replicating on Billy's table or whatever. That's all shot in a much smaller stage. So it was a lot more doable. So dusting off the molds was a bit of work because the nature of the silicone is it has a silicone oil in it, and so it kind of it attracts dust and dirt, and it just sticks really badly. And after 40 plus years, it's really sort of hardened and solidified. But I got the most of it off, and I think they're going to be workable and should have some good castings.
That piece will be ready to demold probably in 10 minutes. I'll probably do the other arm while that one is going, and then as soon as I'm done with the other arm, we'll be able to pop that one out and see how it all looks.
Alrighty.
Here's did you show them some close-ups of these guys?
Not close ups.
Yeah.
So upper and lower jaw pieces with the teeth. With the gremlins, it was just one mold for all of them, right? And then you just painted them differently, or were they
No,
were there
we
fabrication differences?
that was what was interesting about the process, because we to a point had standardized puppets. We basically had two kinds of puppets. We had back puppets, which had a hole in the back, and we had butt puppets, which were basically waist up puppets, like a Muppet kind of thing. And but the thing was that we had varying stages of animatronics in them. So the very simple puppets were literally, they were like Muppets. So they're very simple, very easy. Those are very uniform, with just, again, as you suggest, the minor paint changes. And then we had the next level up, which had more animatronics, more ears moving, eyebrows, stuff like that, eyelids, whatever it was. And that varied quite a bit between puppets. And so there was a different process in the assembly for these. We had vacuum formed skulls that were in two parts, and they actually would sit a little bit differently. There was no great registration on them, so they'd shift a little bit, so we'd get puppets that would be changed simply because of the assembly process. And so that added a lot of differentiation between the puppets and their characters. So that worked out well.
What sort of animatronics were you running on them? Were they?
I'm sorry?
What sort of animatronics were you running on them? Were they RC or cable controlled?
We had everything. We had everything. We did an RC, two different RC gizmos. There's a shot in the movie where Gizmo is up on a dartboard and he's just shaking like that. That shot is in there because of all the disruption we had in the radio signal.
That's funny.
Because it was driving me crazy, because at that time RC was still kind of in its infancy in terms of being applied to animatronics. And so it was still very subject to all kinds of interruptions. And we were filming in a big steel frame building. And so all that metal just got totally in the way of the signal. And so Joe Dante, the director, would see how frustrated I was. And, just because I had to show him, I'm like, Joe, here's what happens when we turn this one on in this building. And he said, great, let's put it in the movie. And he did, true to his word.
Happy accident.
Yeah. So then we had that one. Then we had a handoff Mogwai gizmo, and that's used a couple of times in the film when Key Luke is holding him and carrying him, put him in the box kind of thing. And then we had one radio-controlled gremlin that was just a sort of a generic radio-controlled gremlin, and we changed the heads out on that one here and there, and then I'm trying to remember, it was we had the skateboarding gremlin was radio control as well, and that was my favorite rig on the show, because you just turned it on and it actually skateboarded, so it was great. We were ready to pull it on a wire, but we didn't even need to. Just turned it on, and sure enough, that mechanism did it.
I don't know how close this one is. This is a 1980. So this would have been pretty close to, I think.
That's pretty close.
This would have been close to what you were using.
You can see how simple the layout is on these things. And so they were, we didn't use this version. This was Hobby Shack, but I think we were.
You probably would have been Kraft. I think Kraft was the go-to if you wanted serious stuff.
Yeah, they were pretty
Nowadays it's more like this.
Yeah.
That's what I'm using on most of mine.
Here's Raiden's modern super. Wow, how many channels is this?
That one I think does up to 18.
What?
That one does up to 18.
Yeah, that's what.
You can program slave movements. So even though you don't have a toggle or switch, like one simple swing of a motion can control multiple servos.
Oh, interesting.
And you can program the throw, the limits, everything. Whereas these were just pure, straight analog. There was no forgiveness.
Yeah, that's entirely true. These early units were just so limited. They weren't terribly strong in the signal in terms of being interrupted and things like that. And so we had a lot of problems with the RC ones. And then we had a lot of most of the animatronic stuff was cable control, and we had all sorts of different stuff working on. I mean, we had rods for the arms, and we had different sets of arms. Some that were simple, some that had just wrist movement, some had wrist and fingers, and then we had the super arms, which was a very involved slave system. And so that was in what we called our super gremlin. And it was a system basically that I will get to that one, James. So one operator operated the major movement of the arms, basically, and went through a cable system that went for 10, 12 feet or whatever it was into the puppet, which replicated the movement. Then there was another puppeteer who controlled just the fingers, actually. And that worked out great. That was a really, really wonderful piece that I think was designed by Evan Stromquist. And it was very strong. I was surprised. You could pick stuff up and it was very accurate. It could throw stuff and, throw darts, whatever. It was really, really very, very versatile. All right. On to James' question of the origin of Toxygen 90. So this actually goes back to my time at ILM, and I was there for 3 pictures: Dragon Slayer, Raiders of the Lost Ark, and the beginning of Return of the Jedi. And we were in a small room. It was, for what we were doing, it was pretty small, like just slightly larger than a 1-car garage, I think. And of course, we're using all kinds of materials that are not all that much fun. And we joked about it, and I can't remember. It may have been Phil Tippett who actually came up with it. It was talking about, random poisons that we were dealing with. And so he made up Toxygen 90. And we joked about it. And then I remember that on Gremlins, and we had I had a shop built into a trailer truck that we had on the stage to be right there, because we were just literally making puppets and running down the stairs and putting them in front of the camera. So I had a sign done that said, I think it's warning Toxygen 90 in frequent use, something like that. And it was a big joke for us. And then one day on set, the fire marshal shows up with like 5 guys, and he was like, "We need to know about this Toxygen 90. We found Toxygen 60, but we don't know about Toxygen 90." And I'm like, oh my God. So yes, I explained, and we all had a good laugh. They were pretty good about it. But that's Toxygen 90. Yeah.
How many puppeteers did you have working on?
What's that?
How many puppeteers were there?
Depends what day. In terms of puppeteers, we changed a lot during the show, because I think it was for the main unit, working with the actors wasn't really all the most difficult puppets. So I think I had probably 6 or 8 people on crew for that main section. And then we went to second unit, and that's where I started getting into the really complicated stuff, and definitely had probably 18 people, I think, something like that, because some of the puppets took 12 people to operate. And then when we got to the puppet unit, it really went up, because that's where we were shooting stuff like the theater scene and all the stuff where there's literally 100 puppets. And So it varied quite a bit, day to day. And you know, if you weren't operating a puppet, you were building puppets. It wasn't like I had a separate crew. You know, it wasn't the construction and the puppeteers. Everybody did everything, which was great because if something broke on set, it wasn't like the puppeteer going, "Hey, somebody fix this, it's broken." The people who actually built that puppet were there to build it, to fix it.
So how big was your total crew then? Your whole crew? How many people were there in your whole crew then?
I would say there are probably about 60 people.
Wow.
Because even while we were down in LA shooting, I still had my crew up in Northern California manufacturing parts. So they're still running out body sections. They're running out, heads and all kind of stuff, working out special rigs. And so a lot of that over the course of the production started drifting down to LA where we were shooting. So my crew up north started dwindling. My crew in the south started growing. So quite a bit of change and chaos on that film.
And did you cover how long did the shoot take? The whole.
I think the whole thing was probably 7 months.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because this puppet stuff at least back then, does not go fast. And a lot of the stuff had to not just be special rigs that we were building, but special sets, very unique sets, the overscale stuff, especially for Gizmo. And we also had a close-up regular Mogwai. This was for the Mogwai eating stuff. So he had to make oversized chicken, legs of chicken or whatever. And so there's a lot of stuff. Yeah, you mentioned Hamilton Air Force Base, and that was right down the street from where we were. The same side of the freeway and everything. But, yeah, it was a tough show.
What was your biggest challenge?
What
was your biggest challenge? Was there like a day that something went really wrong?
Every day something went really wrong. I think one of the most dramatic days was when we were doing the close-up Gizmo, and there was something catching on the eyelid mechanism, and the crew's there waiting, saying, we're ready, blah blah, the high pressure moment, and I can't remember if it was Jim Isaac or Kelly Lepkowski. We're going in with a Dremel, and I just said, "Be careful," and it caught the foam rubber, and so it ripped the whole face to shreds, right in front of the whole crew. And honestly, all I could do was laugh. It was so absurd, so crazy. I said, "Let's not shoot this now." But yeah, so it was we had a lot of problems. This was a lot of technology that for me was a first timer, and I think this was back in the days when creature makers were really kind of figuring out how to do this stuff and what to do. And we started out with like regular radio control goldenrod, short cables, push-pull cables. And then we eventually started making connections with prosthetics companies and whatever, so that we would get higher quality, smaller scale stuff, so that we could actually fit mechanism inside these Mogwai heads. Especially, they were very small. I think Rick nearly doubled the size of them for the sequel, which is what I initially wanted to do, but Joe Dante wasn't really up for that. He wanted them small. So small they were. Let's see. What else? It was a tough show. It was, but we did have fun. Like stuff like the theater scene was fun. Joe Dante actually let me direct that scene, and so we did it. We shot it in 2 locations. One was actual location on the Warner Brothers lot, and that's the back where you're looking over the gremlins at the screen at Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and then all the forward-looking stuff we shot on the stage in the third unit. So I got to direct that, and that was fun. That was crazy. I directed the I can't remember what it is, which one it was. There's a gremlin flasher or whatever, and so I set that up, and Joe just said, "Here, you direct this shot." Oh, okay. So he was great that way. He was really wonderful.
You're responsible for the flasher?
What's that?
You're responsible for the flasher?
Yeah.
That's pretty good. One of the
Yeah.
most iconic ones.
It was funny. It was kind of one of those, should we really be doing this moments? and it was funny because I just kept telling the puppeteer, go bigger, 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 bigger. and I think that helped made it a little bit more absurd. Yeah, you know, that's Joe and John always are bringing in cameos, and also just they're all great at bringing in the old time actors and stuff. And you mentioned Kenneth Tobey, and it was great because Joe was really good about sort of taking care of me actually, because we're shooting Kenneth Tobey's shot, and sure enough, he's like, I'm off somewhere else on the location. Setting something up, and Joe comes over and grabs me, and I'm like, I gotta get this done. He's like, no, you gotta come with me. You gotta come with me, just to introduce me to Kenneth Tobey, which was so great. He was wonderful, very very understanding. Like, who is this kid? But yeah, you're a good kid. I could tell. So he was a fun guy. But all those great old actors that he brought in, Gremlins has a ton of them, and you could always tell that one of them was going to be on the set because Joe got really excited. He was really happy when he got some of the old actors in the film. How are we doing back there?
This one is almost done. I'm on the last brushing, and then we'll be able to demold this here.
Almost time for a big unveiling. Here's hoping these molds are still good. I think they are. But there's always that moment's hesitation when you're about to open a mold of like, did it fill? Did it get this? Is it going to tear? Yeah. Gremlins was a very, very weird movie in terms of that, in terms of just not knowing what the movie really was when I was working on it, because it didn't follow the script. I've said it. The original script was just a straightforward horror movie, and there was no gizmo in it. It was simply a horror movie. All the Mogwai turned into all the Gremlins, and that was it. And I think it was very close to production, and Joe comes over to me and says, Steven says we should keep one of the Mogwai and not have him change, and he should be Billy's friend. You think that's going to work? I said, it's going to ruin the movie. Which Joe thought too, and of course makes the movie. But it certainly changed what the movie was in terms of its heart and its Joe Dante-ness. Because Joe really went to town on it, and I give him so much credit for it, because I know he was under a lot of pressure from the studio. The studio really didn't even want to make the movie. They really just wanted to have a Steven Spielberg show on the lot, which everybody in town did at that point. So they put up with it, and they put a lot of pressure on Joe, and he dealt with it well enough. But he made his movie, which is great. Yeah.
All right, here.
Oh, I have a question. So when I've seen Gremlins, it was already a classic because I'm young. But when it first came out, was it a hit at the time?
Oh, it was a huge hit.
Yeah.
It was a huge hit, which they didn't really Warner Brothers did not expect it at first till they had the previews, and the crowds went crazy. They just went crazy for it. Gizmo was this gigantic hit, and it was the biggest money maker Warner Brothers had ever had until Superman came out, which was just a few years later. But yeah, it was a surprise, huge hit.
Are you doing okay? Is that urethane affecting you at all?
I'm fine. No, I'm not used to talking this much.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want
So
this?
yeah, and then Ghostbusters came out. It was the biggest moneymaker that year until Ghostbusters came out,
Facebook was it show.
which is interesting because they actually shot a lot of Ghostbusters right next door to the stage we were filming on. Just as we were wrapping up, they were starting filming next door.
I wonder if it's because we're just straight on YouTube.
Yeah, but one of the other things about Gremlins was it was really one of the first heavily merchandised films that they'd ever done, and it was only because they suddenly were getting these responses from audiences and test people. So they were going to be creating Gizmo dolls and Gremlin this and Gremlin that. Yeah, it was. James, you have to remember this is a film that, in terms of the scope of the effects work, for me, was in its original form a massive undertaking for me. I was very nervous about it. And then what actually happened was the work wound up being about 3 times as much, especially when they decided to make Gizmo a character. Uh-oh.
All right.
This looks like the moment of truth.
All right. So this is the first arm that we've run. Now, Chris did a really good job cleaning all these molds up. God, these are the original straps, aren't they? All right. So, because this is 42-year-old silicone, and is this plaster or ultracal?
I'm trying to remember, and I don't. It's probably just plaster.
At this point, it doesn't matter. It's 42 years old.
Right.
So we have no idea what this is going to look like. So
Should be able to get that out first.
I don't really want these tools. I don't know if I'll chip anything. Did you use a screwdriver or anything to?
I don't remember.
Might have to get a screwdriver, just gently kind of pry it.
All right. This one looks like it's been severed and broken, so we might want to try that first.
This side?
Yeah, if it breaks, it breaks, but
We'll do our
it's already
best.
missing some.
There we go.
You got it? Great.
All right, you ready? How's that make you feel?
Oh, how bizarre.
It's a little soft right there. Wonder if I can, or here, let's hold off for a second because it's
Okay.
peeling right here. I'm gonna see if I have any air to cool it down. The clay is still hot, so it's peeling with the mold.
Well, let's not take chances. The first gremlin to come out of the mold.
I'm gonna stick this other one in the freezer before we demold it.
Yeah. Very cool. Definitely gonna need some touch up here and there, but overall, not bad at all.
That looks cool.
Yeah, it's so bizarre seeing this. Have not seen it in clay. Yeah, there's some minor
Few
air
air
bubbles
bubbles.
and stuff, but
You can fill those in pretty
yeah,
easily.
there's this though. That's you might want
Yeah,
to soften that a little bit and just press it down. And yeah,
yeah. I think we can rework it all pretty well. I don't think we'll have to recast that one. I think we can make
Yeah.
it work.
looks pretty darn good actually. We got something to stand that on?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to. Here, we'll do this.
Oh, very, very cool.
So we'll, hang our body parts.
Hanging it up for final cooling.
Looks great. All right. Well, we know it works.
Yeah. Yeah. It definitely does feel like a time capsule. It's bringing back a lot of memories for me. A lot of memories.
So were the original ones, because the original ones weren't latex, were they urethane foam?
The puppets?
Yeah.
It was latex skin
Oh, was it?
urethane backed.
So you were able to cast, because I've never had luck casting latex and silicone.
Oh no, we use these to do clay presses to make stone molds.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, so this was the master.
This was the master we did all our breakdown molds on, and we did a lot of breakdown molds. And so this was we were running again. It was just mostly clay presses. Some of it was urethane castings for other specific breakdowns and stuff, but usually it was this was the pattern that we did all our stone molds from.
Wow.
And we did multiples of all of them. We did because we were cranking stuff out. We weren't it wasn't like we had one stone gremlin mold and we cranked out 100 puppets. It was we had at least a dozen molds for stone molds for
Wow.
running the stuff, because we had time, but we didn't have a lot of time. So it really was trying to create, or my approach was trying to create basically a puppet factory. So we could make as much as we could, as fast as we could. And that became incredibly invaluable as the picture just kept growing.
So for these next ones, while we're waiting for that other mold to cool,
What's that?
so for these next pieces, I thought we could pour these. So this
Yeah.
looks like the roof of the mouth. It looks like there's a bridge right there.
No. I think that's the bottom and that's the roof of the mouth.
Okay. All right. Gotcha. And then these are gums. Is that right?
That I don't think you need to run those. Those are literally just it's just this. It's just the gums and the teeth.
Okay.
It doesn't have the
And-
palate.
And this is just a more elaborate version of that, right?
Yeah, we had like I said, we did a lot of different breakdown molds. Those were specific for like drinking rigs or whatever it was.
Gotcha. Okay, so we'll run these, and then Chris had mentioned we don't have the tongue mold, so this would have bridged the back of the throat of the puppet, and it looks like the tongue, the tonsils, and the roof of the mouth was all one piece.
Yep.
So we don't have this. I do have a 3D scanner, so I think we're going to see what sort of luck we have scanning this and seeing if we can replicate it that way. If not, we might have to resculpt this piece, which should be simple enough
Pretty
if it comes down to
straightforward.
that. All right, so we're going to run these. These ones are so small I can do them in front of the camera.
There you go. Get out of the way.
So to do this process, we're using monster clay, which is wax based, and you can heat up monster clay either with a heat gun or in a crock pot, and it becomes basically a molten soup. At that point, you can pour it into a mold that already exists. It will take the form perfectly. You stick it in a freezer, and then you can pull everything out, and you have a workable casting that you can go through and resculpt. So for this project, it's absolutely perfect. I've done this before on a few other jobs. And it's worked out really well, so. Oof, this got real hot. The last time I did this was on the Missy Elliott tour. We built some puppets that were lookalike puppets. So I did make, we took scans of her face and her body. And then using those, I 3D printed them, but I had to resculpt everything so that she had a more specific expression because she didn't like the expression that she had in her 3D scans. So I had to sculpt her with a whole new mouth, eyes, everything in a whole new position. So doing it with this method was perfect. Okay. So I'm going to take this molten clay. And hopefully the teeth are so small.
Yeah.
You know what I might try?
Yeah, you got something.
See if I can just kind of find those teeth holes. Make sure there's no bubbles in there. Oh yeah, this is like that one. this way. Now I know Ian up in the Seattle Gremlins Museum was saying he had full scans of one of these puppets that you guys made. I'm guessing it's the one that you guys did for Hollywood.
Of the standing gremlin?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he offered that if any of these pieces don't turn out, he could lend some pieces of the scan to fill in voids that we have. But I think we're actually going to be pretty good. Okay. So there's one. Not sure how level this table is. Okay. I'll do this other one. I'm not sure if sticking this in a pressure pot would work on this clay or not.
The teeth will be easy enough to fix if they don't fill.
I'm seeing some bubbles release, so
Yeah.
I think they're filling in. I remember when I was younger being obsessed with Gremlins. I'd watch it on loop, and my mom was terrified of it. A grown woman, but she could never watch it. Which I think all my kids grew up with Gremlins from a pretty young age,
Yeah.
so
They have no fear of
I
it.
don't know what to say about
They
that.
love it.
There was quite a hubbub when the film came out about that, and because it was rated PG, and it was that and Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, I think, that the ratings board came up with a PG-13.
Oh, just for those?
Yeah, just because of those. It was basically everybody was going, this is not a PG movie. There's monsters in this one, and there's a guy ripping somebody's heart out in the other one.
My favorite was always the inventor dad, whose inventions were just all
What?
the inventor dad in Gremlins.
Oh.
Billy's dad. All
Yeah.
of his inventions were just a mess.
Yeah, those were all built by Bob McDonald Jr. and his crew. They were fun.
That's amazing. I remember trying to replicate his toothbrush.
Yeah,
And I built my
Bathroom
own.
buddy.
Yeah, bathroom buddy. I would build my own, and I remember I took a because I had a motor that I found, and I put like a toy airplane propeller on it, so you could pull the propeller out, stick it on there, and then my idea was you could plug it into the wall to power it in, but I didn't understand electricity, so I just took a power cord, cut it, hooked the two leads onto it, plugged it in, and it just blew up.
Yeah,
all
no
the power in
kidding.
our house.
Oh my God. Yeah, I look back on the stuff we did as kids and just kind of like, how did we survive?
No. But look at us today. All right, so those are going to cool down before I move them. All right, so
Okay.
we've got, these are the last two, right?
Yep.
This, how much do you think this weighs? 40 pounds?
No. 20?
Ooh,
That's
that's
that.
it's going to feel like 100.
Oh, it's gonna be, yeah.
Okay.
Well, is there enough room to paint in a lot of this?
Yeah, so I think your idea with filling in the feet first
Uh-huh.
is good. I think we can paint in and do layers until it's that cavity's filled.
Yeah.
From there, I can probably rotocast the rest of this.
Okay.
I don't know if we should do this one first. The head is, I think, the most problematic.
Yes.
There are a lot of seams. I don't know if you showed. So here's the inside of the mold of the gremlin head. You can see these areas where it's not quite lined up right. That's just from, I would assume, the silicone shrinking
That's what I'm thinking.
over time. So it just doesn't line up quite right. So what I'm probably going to do is rotocast a quick layer of clay just to fill in everything. This one will definitely have to do some resculpting just to fix all the lines afterwards, but it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah.
The body looks good.
Yeah.
I don't think the body's gonna have any issues.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm shocked with how good the body and the legs are. This one, I think it's only because it's so many pieces.
Yeah, and they, we did not do any great registration on the plaster, which we should have.
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't think you were planning 40 years from now. Back out and try to
True.
do this.
We were not looking that far forward.
Every mold I make is, can I get 10 out of it? And
Yeah.
yeah, it doesn't need to last until.
And
Okay, so let's see. I'm gonna throw some more clay in here.
the head is, it's a 3-piece mold on the head. It's the back and top of the skull, and then it's basically the front half, and then the face is separate. The ears are not separate. That's front and back. The face is separate because it's got a big undercut under the chin, and we were going to be doing clay presses in it, so it had to come apart a little more or less destructively, I guess.
I'm kind of surprised the ears. You did the whole mold with the ears intact.
Yeah, well, I debated what was the best approach on that, but again, as this was the master, we were just going to be doing breakdowns after that, which we did. We did separate ears because the ears were on anything that had a mechanism in it. They were out of foam latex, and so they were separate and separately applied. It was a real mixed bag of bits and pieces. So we had, we could conform a unique puppet very quickly, as opposed to just like trying to change an existing puppet.
Okay. Did you see our first hand?
See it.
Show Andrew the first arm. Second arm's in the freezer right now. It's gonna cool down. I'm gonna pull it out cold instead of warm. That turned out really good.
Yeah, so we did, the necks on anything but the very simple puppets. Simple puppets were literally just latex skins and polyfoam filled, and that's all. Anything past that, anything that had any animatronics in it whatsoever, got the foam latex ears, foam latex face, foam latex neck, and and then it moved from there. You know, we had puppets that had a lot more mechanics. We had puppets that had just basic, simple mechanics. Some had.
Do you want to log into my Facebook on that one and then go live on Facebook on that phone? I think that might work well.
So we had again a lot of different puppets, a lot of different pieces of puppets. So I basically conformed the production aspect of it as sort of a jigsaw puzzle piece. Yeah, James, there wasn't a lot of animatronics back then. There was some, definitely. Jim Henson was way ahead of the pack. But more importantly, there wasn't a lot of information. There was no internet. Magazines were not covering that kind of technical stuff. We basically had word of mouth and earn while you learn. Kind of, that was the approach back then. So we actually did, James, some, Uncle Forey, Famous Monsters was really the source for most people to get any technical information whatsoever at the time. And materials were scarce, hard to find. You had to know where to find stuff. And in LA, fortunately, that was not that big a problem. But we were up in the Bay Area, and so we did have a little bit of issues with certain supplies. And so we connected with a major chemical supplier, a dealer, I guess, in the Bay Area. And so we brought a lot of stuff that we would never have gotten came to us because he was a supplier of more industrial stuff. So there were urethanes that we used that weren't available in LA, and all kind of stuff like that. And we formulated a lot of stuff ourselves just because we didn't have any other option.
You were one of the first shops to use silicone, weren't you?
What's that?
You were one of the first shops to start using silicone, weren't you?
Yes. And silicone was still kind of, at least for our industry, was still very much in its infancy. And there were only like 2 suppliers maybe that were available to us, and that was Dow Corning and Hastings Plastics made of silicone. And it wasn't a very good silicone that Hastings made. It was a very good silicone that Dow Corning made, which is what these are made of. But again, it was just that we didn't have the selection of materials that are available now. I posted the photos of the mold yesterday or whatever, and somebody asked me what the gremlin skins were. Were they latex or latex foam, or were they silicone? And I had to laugh because there's no way they could have been silicone way back then. We just, but most of the silicones were very, very stiff, and it was again I think I was one of the first to use silicones for skins, and that was back on a movie called Virtuosity, and we did some sort of a I can't remember some sort of a boa constrictor snake or something on it, and we did 2 different mechanical puppets, and those skins were out of a Dow Corning H series silicone, which is a very, very soft silicone. And so that was, I think I was one of, if not the first, to actually use silicone as a skin.
Okay. Do you want to do... I'm not looking forward to either of these.
Right, I was just going to say, there's no easy out here.
So I don't know. Maybe the body?
Yeah.
Just dive in?
Yeah.
I think if we end with the head, that's like the treat.
Yeah.
So...
Yes.
Okay.
I'm with you on that. Maybe we'll move these out of the way.
Yeah, they should be soft enough or hard enough. Okay, so game plan on this is, so is this about as tight as that's going to get?
Yeah, probably. Unless you got something to really clamp it.
Yeah, I've got stuff. Try one of these. Oh, there we go. That's closing it up.
Yeah. Yeah, that's better.
All right, that'll be good.
Yeah.
All right, so game plan on this mold, because we've got 5 openings, I'm not able to rotocast it as is. So we're going to close up the feet first by brushing in layer by layer the clay. And then once this is packed, I think we can move on. We can fill in the rest, and I can rotocast the rest of this.
Maybe why do you have a
Oh,
little bit
you've
of
got
clay or
it.
something to plug in there?
Oh yeah, you've got a spout. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay. Let that cool for a second. And a nice trick with this clay is if you have any canned air, you can turn it upside down and use that to cool it down pretty well.
How do I get this back to the picture so I can read this?
So sorry.
Oh,
There you
okay.
go. Okay. All right. That actually works really well.
Yeah.
I think if we skin this, and then I can probably pack it manually
Yeah.
with the rest of it.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. There's a chip brush. I don't know if you want to do some.
Sure. This is gonna. One of us is gonna get burned here.
Oh, I've got it all over my arms already.
Oh.
It only hurts for a second. Luna, you want to come over and... Do the toes have nails?
What's that?
Oh, I've seen if the toes have nails. That come
Yeah,
up in
yeah.
here, or are they just little?
No, there's the full sculpt.
Alright. I don't want to...
So you gotta really
Yeah.
put that in there.
Alright, so this first layer is to grab all the detail.
Yeah.
And then we can start packing everything in. So how many times do you think you've been harassed by people to do this exact same thing?
I lost count many years ago. Honestly,
But I was the one to wear you down.
it's kind of scary because I kind of have to be hesitant about posting anything with all the old stuff, because as soon as I do, it's like I just get requests from all over the world.
As soon as I started just doing mild teasers about this, my mailbox filled up immediately.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you doing this. This is
No, I think it's a
Gonna be
fun
incredible.
project, and it's time to get some use out of these molds while they're still usable.
so. If anyone's didn't hear before, this project that I'm taking on right now is I bought a 1967 Beetle a while ago, and we're planning on doing a full restoration of it, but we're building it out so it looks exactly like Billy's 1967 Bug in the movie. So it'll be absolutely identical. And then for ultimately what we want to do is take it to like Comic-Cons, do shows or something with it. And when we open the trunk up, we'll have an animatronic gremlin inside of there. And then we'll have options to stick another one either in the glove box, popping out, or in the engine bay. So he looks like he's making a mess back there. But these will be turned into silicone skinned, fully articulate animatronic puppets.
What are you planning for the actual animation? What are you going to animate?
So blinking, full eye rotation, 2-axis jaw movement, full head tilt up and down, side to side.
Oh wow, great!
I was debating ears, but since the ears don't really have a whole lot of motion in the movie, I might leave those off.
Uh-huh.
And then I'll do finger articulation, elbow articulation,
Wow.
and then possibly waist articulation. And then the legs will be static with posts so that it can be mounted in different fixtures.
Sounds great.
It'll be a lot.
Yeah. Much more than I was thinking you were going to do.
Oh, I'm going all out. Since this is my own project, there's no budget. That might be good, and then we can pack it by hand from here, do you think?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's... Okay.
Brady, you want to explain what you're doing?
All right, so I'm cooling. We've got a really thick layer of the feet completed. Now we're going to pack it with some clay that's a little thicker so that we can plug up these holes. Since we're going to rotocast the body, we need to close up as many openings as we can. So these feet are a big problem with rotocasting, so we're doing these first.
And some people just joined. Do you want to explain what you're casting?
If you are unfamiliar with what we're doing so far, these are the original master molds for the original Gremlins that Chris Willis has brought over for us to try and pull some new clay castings out of, so we can create all new molds for them. And it is, it's a lot of work, but it's turning out pretty good so far. All right. Need some more.
A little more. Hang on, I can pick this up there.
And you want to show them the arm that we've pulled, the first arm?
First arm.
And then we're on, Andrew's doing a separate one on Facebook right now.
Okay. Cool.
That one tends to bring in a little more of an audience. So Chris is here, and he's agreed to answer any questions that anyone has. Chris is responsible for basically anyone that is from the 90s childhood. He's responsible for all the creature effects in Gremlins, Enemy Mine. He did the Milting Head in Raiders of the Lost Ark, Virtuosity.
I wish I could remember.
I know, the list goes
So much
on
stuff.
and on. It was basically his shop and Rick Baker down there just pumping out everything.
Yep. Those were the days.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
And we can clean that up and resculpt the soles of his feet later on.
Yep.
Get this one out in case we need it. Okay. So, all right. I'm not looking forward to this. I'm gonna have to just dive in.
Now explain what you're doing real fast.
All right, so I'm going to start rotocasting this molten monster clay into this original mold. And what's that's going to capture all of the details of the original mold. Since we can't take straight castings from this because it's 42 some years old, we're creating a clay casting first, which we're going to be able to retool and rework. And then we'll take fresh molds off of that, silicone molds, so that we can recast a set of two. We're only doing two of this gremlin to make a brand new, fully animatronic, out of this world set of gremlins that should be absolutely identical to the original ones because they're cast from the original master castings, master molds. All right. Whew, let's do this.
How heavy do you think this is?
It's probably 25 pounds right now. Once I get all the clay and everything in there, it's going to go up quite a bit, but I'm going to be rotocasting it for a while, so it's going to seem like 100 pounds in no time. All right. All right, now are there any tricky parts that I should be aware of? Any undercuts or anything that bubbles could be popping out of that you remember?
I don't think so. I think this one actually seals up pretty good.
Okay.
But maybe you want to.
I'm gonna focus on the legs first, and
Yeah, I
then
was just gonna say, well, probably pour into the legs at least to there to roto it, and then make sure you just run along the seam to seal that. But it should be okay.
Okay. We'll do that. So, Ian at the Gremlins Museum up in Seattle was mentioning how there's one key difference between the tails on these guys.
Yes.
Does that sound right?
So what was, and I'm not sure which.
I wasn't sure exactly what he.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we wound up doing two tails on the Gremlins. The first tail was like down to a single spike essentially, and it's a very short tail, and really it's only got a tail so we could disguise mechanisms and rods and stuff like that. But then the producer thought the single point hanging down might be misinterpreted, and so I split we gave it a fork tail to avoid that.
All right, so I'm gonna put a little bit more in here. So does this mold have the single, or is this the fork?
I'm trying to remember. I think it's got the split fork tail.
I mean, we'll find out soon.
Yeah.
All right. Yep, that's getting heavy already. And because there's so many openings on this, we aren't able to stick it on like a rotocasting table because it would just send molten clay flying everywhere. So I have to do this all by hand.
Yeah, maybe after you've got that first layer in there, we can just brush around the three openings. Make that a little easier for you.
That's a good idea. Ugh, glugging.
Is this the heaviest mold you've ever done? Rotocasting?
I mean, starting out, yeah. I've done some heavier ones, but I mean, they're heavier after all the resin's been rotocasted. This thing's gonna be very heavy by the time it's done. The clay weighs a lot. That's what this dad bod's for, though. I think if we do, I think I'll do one more,
Okay.
just so we have a good thick wall.
Yeah.
All the way around. And we can start brushing everything in. So if anyone has questions for Chris about Gremlins or any of the other movies that he's worked on, now's a good time while I do this rotocasting. Ask him.
I'm available for questions.
So, Chris, what was your favorite project you've worked on so far?
What's that?
What's your favorite project you've ever worked on?
My favorite project? It's Gremlins.
That's
Yeah, it's because I think I was, in my perception, I was a bigger part of that movie than I have been on a lot of the films I've worked on. Except The Fly I felt that was Jill, stop. Jillian writes, what happens if Raiden drops the mold?
The world ends.
I'm treating this like a baby.
So yeah, so you know, The Fly, I was really proud of our work on that. You know, especially because we did not have the time available to do that. But it came out so great. But Gremlins was, for me personally, it was just like an achievement I never thought I could do, because it was something that started out as an ambitious project, effects wise, and it really got huge from there. I mean, just really, really expanded, and I was terrified the whole time we were doing it. I mean, I still had fun. I still had a horrible time at times. You know, it was one of those things where I broke my ankle trying to keep up with it, and I got an anemia, and just was like, by the end of the show, I could barely move. So it was a trial by fire for me. I'd certainly never done anything on that scale. Very few people had. And so it was one of those life-changing moments for me. Not just career-changing, because it was a gigantic boost to my career, but it was a huge, huge thing for me, because I knew if I could get through Gremlins, somehow I could get through everything else that was to come. And then that was a very valuable lesson for me to learn. And I would not have learned that had I not been put in such a challenging situation. The movie theater scene, yeah, very crazy. The theater scene was a lot of fun, because by that point we had built the vast majority of the puppets, so a lot of the panic and pressure was off, and so we got a chance to absolutely enjoy working on it, because the previous to that point in the film, we were going mad trying to keep up with the production. Sorry, because it was every shot would grow. It would just get more gremlins. Let's get more gremlins in the shot. There's a shot of Billy's friend looking out his window, and in the initial shot there were no gremlins in it whatsoever, and he's like firing a slingshot. Well, by the end of it, he's firing a slingshot, the gremlin's cutting the lights overhead, and there's like 5 gremlins in the shot. That's actually when I broke my ankle trying to keep up with that shot. But so it was one of those. So by the time we got to the theater scene, it was just kind of like, we know what the puppets can do. We feel comfortable with the puppets. We figured out the different ways of dealing with it, and the we have helmet gremlins, and so we had one person could operate three puppets. So I think we had like 70 people on the biggest shots working those puppets. And I got to direct those big shots, because I think Joe just didn't want to deal with it. But it was fun. Okay. Well, Anya says to wear your Popeye arms.
While I do this, it'll make me stronger.
Yeah. So the bar scene, yeah. More difficult, the bar scene or the theater scene? I would say the bar scene was far more difficult. We shot, while the theater shots were bigger shots with more puppeteers, we weren't using the really challenging puppets or the unique puppets. It was more generic puppets. It was a lot of the puppets that were very simple. And the bar scene we shot for a full week on. Yeah, which was ridiculous. But we shot for a full week, and the first cut, Joe Dante's first cut of just that scene, was 20 minutes long. So there was a huge amount of stuff we did for the scene that is not in the film. It's just, a bunch of, unique puppets that would only have been shot for one shot, only used once, never made it into the film. I mean, that does happen. You always put in more than they actually wind up using, but because you're trying to do it. And so, yeah, so the bar scene was just gag after gag after gag, different rigs everywhere, all over the place, and at the same time making things up. And this is when the puppets got ruined because we were using real beer, we were using real salted popcorn, we were using, and so they got covered in beer and oil and salt, and which is really not good for latex. Anya's asking how long after filming did I have gremlin dreams? Still at it. It was the strangest part of the experience, I think, for me, was when it stopped. Because it was one of those things it just continually accelerated throughout the production. It got bigger, faster, we need more, but it has to do this. So it was just more aggression and just like fighting through it. And then it's the last cut. Congratulations, everybody, we're done. And I'm like, I was in shock. I was like, well, I don't know what to panic over. I need to run around the building a few times just to get the energy gotten rid of. But yeah, so it was an astonishingly affecting picture for me personally.
How many gremlin puppets do you think you made?
What's that?
How many puppets did you end up making, do you think?
I've been asked that a lot, how many puppets we actually made. And I change it every time I answer, honestly, because we built, I don't know, I would say had to be 100 something of the gremlins. And then it was probably at least a couple dozen of the Mogwai, maybe more. But we also repurposed some puppets where we had some puppets that we could change the head on. We could put our more animatronic head on a butt puppet or a back puppet, or we could put it on a radio control head on. So there was a lot of switching out. So it was partial rebuilds. The thing about Gremlin's ending, Anya's asking if there was any personal ending ceremony. For me, it was lying in bed for a week, vegetating. But the word had gotten out on Gremlins, and that suddenly we're coming up with all this great stuff. So we had a lot of opportunities come up very quickly, long before the film was even in the editing stage. In fact, one of my favorite moments was on the set was can't remember what we were filming. This was in the puppet stage, and Mike Fennell, the producer, comes over to me and he's kind of like conspiratorial. Jim Henson's here. And I'm like, I've been a Jim Henson fan since before I knew who Jim Henson was, because I grew up in Chicago where he started with his Cramel milk commercials and all that stuff. And I love those. And I was like, so that he was on the set, it was like, oh my God, Mike, do you think I could meet him? And Mike said, he's here to see you. I'm like, oh! Yeah, the old knees turning to jello. And yeah, so he came over, was like just, looking at everything, just kind of really impressed and all that stuff, and offered me a 5-year contract on the spot. And I'm like, I don't think I've ever been so torn about anything in my life, because it would have been 5 years in London. And I'd already just sort of built up this great team, this great shop, and I couldn't really abandon it. And the great thing was Jim just kind of totally got it. He said, "You got your thing going here. I totally get it, but think about it if you want. Let me know." So that was pretty amazing. That's incredible. Yeah. A walk around puppet costume for Gremlins.
I think they did that in
Yeah.
2.
Yeah, Rick tried that on 2. I don't think they wound up using it.
They scrapped it.
No, we did. We built the oversized Mogwai puppets, and they were 3 feet tall or whatever like that, with a lot of animatronics in them.
Do any of those still exist? The oversized mogwais, they're all gone.
They didn't last at all. They were because they were all foam, and they just didn't last. Drying out.
Oh, do you want a
Get
water?
some
We got
beverages.
tea, sweet tea.
Oh,
Open it
water's fine, tea's fine, whatever.
Just grab some of each.
Yeah, so Anya is asking about the happy accidents, and we had tons of them actually. One of the things that wound up being really instrumental in all of us puppeteers getting to figure out the characters a little better was that in between takes, the puppeteers would all interact with each other. So I'm just going to get something to drink here.
Take your pick.
Too many options.
Root beers are really good.
You want something?
Oh, I was saying those root beers, the liquid death root beers, those are really good.
So, yeah, so all happy accidents were us playing around. There's a scene where Billy brings the Mogwai to his science teacher, and he's got him, and one's outside the box, and one's inside the box, and one starts knocking on there. That came out of just us playing around. Liquid Death product placement. The Peltzer gadgets were all done by Bob McDonald Jr. and his crew. They were the floor effects guys. They were great, super great. In fact, we really kind of wound up blending our crews together. And whenever when I ran out of puppeteers, I just run over to Bob and kind of go, "Hey, so and so busy at the moment," and they'd always come over and help. They were just fantastic. Oh yeah. So the scene with Robbie the Robot at the convention was a lot of fun. That was Bill Malone's copy that he built, and Steven Spielberg's in that shot as well. In the wheelchair with he'd actually hurt his foot or leg or something like that, so he's in
I don't think I've ever caught that.
What's
I don't think I've caught that Easter egg.
Oh yeah,
That's
he just kind of zooms by. He's in like a little
That's hilarious.
wheelchair thing, and the composer's in there. Jerry Goldsmith. He's the guy I think in a phone booth with a cowboy hat on. So that's all pure Joe Dante stuff. He just loves getting everybody in the picture.
Wait, did you have a cameo then?
What?
Were you in there? Did you get a cameo?
I'm trying to remember. I'm not in the final cut, but there may have been something in either the bar scene or the outside shot of the things going crazy.
Chris, does your family have a yearly viewing of it?
What's that?
Does your whole family do a yearly viewing or anything?
No, I can't look at all my stuff all that often. It's tough because even after all these years, I see all the stuff I would have loved to been able to make better.
Oh, really?
I kind of going, I know it's good enough for the film. It was great at the time, but I could have done better if I'd had, another week or whatever it is. It's just and that always comes back to me that's on every film I've ever worked on. It's just like, if it's not that, it's me just cringing and like, oh my God, I can't believe I ever did that.
I think there's two types of artists in the world. There's the kind that can't stand watching their own work, can't look at it because all they see is, the failures, what they could have done better.
Yeah.
And then there's Tom Cruise. That's all he watches.
Well, when you can't do any better, you know.
All right, there's a question from Christian Lamo. He says, "Why not block the mold holes and do the roto in one pour to avoid air bubbles?"
We're dealing with molten monster clay wax right now. So what we're doing is we've blocked the feet because there's 5 openings on this. So we brushed in a skin on the feet and then blocked it in with some thicker clay. Then we rotocasted it. I can only rotocast to a certain point. So now I'm brushing in, because we're just creating a skin right now. So I'm brushing in a thin enough or a thick enough layer that gets every single little crevice without catching air bubbles. After this skin is in, me and Chris are going to block in the arms, these armholes, and then we're going to pour another thick coat of this clay in there and rotocast it. And then at that point, we'll have a thick enough shell, which should be about 1/4 of an inch, that I can go through and rotocast a urethane plastic shell inside with a pole mount so that when we pull it, we have a workable base that we can mount and then retool. Because this thing is 42 years old, we're just trying to be as careful as possible, make sure we don't skip any steps, and we want to do this without catching in, well, as few as air bubbles as possible. So this is, we've discussed this. I've talked about doing this with you for
Years.
Yeah. So lots and lots of thought have gone into this to make sure we do it absolutely correct, and we don't do any errors. This is what we came up with that we think is going to work the absolute best. So, okay. So I've got everything brushed. Oh, as I'm saying that, I see I missed a spot. Okay. I've got everything brushed in. So I think we're good to press in these armholes. That's great. Okay.
Anya's asking, do you feel that the gremlins resemble your likeness in any way? Why, you?
So you said these gremlins are actually about half the size as the ones Rick Baker created for
The
the second.
Mogwai.
Oh, the Mogwai.
Gizmo, yeah, because Gizmo was, all right, he varied in the size of the puppets we made, but he was only about 5 inches.
I've seen the one you still have.
Yeah.
And he's quite a bit smaller than what I had always imagined him being.
Yeah, and I think Rick upscaled him to about 11 inches.
But his were packed with animatronics.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that makes sense.
Which mine would have been as well if we'd had the room. That's why I actually wanted to make them 1 foot tall originally, but Joe was pretty insistent on keeping them as small as possible because he wanted them to be the size of the gremlin in the Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Is that where the idea?
No,
Sorry,
it was Chris Columbus's idea. He lived in a New York apartment that was full of rats, and so things running around being scary was sort of the inspiration, I think. And Joe took it upon him. Joe, huge fan of Warner Brothers cartoons. In fact, just before we started filming, we moved the shop down to LA. But just before we started filming, Joe got my whole crew into the screening room, and he started showing us Warner Brothers cartoons. And there's one with a dog and a kitten, and this kitten just does all these astonishing faces and stuff. He's like, "This is what I want him to do." I'm like, "Joe, they're this big. The head is that big." So we did do that.
That's still a little hot.
Oh yeah.
So Raiden, Christian wants to know, are the new casts going to be in foam, latex, or will we be using other materials?
So they are going to be silicone skin. Because I'm doing the entire body as well as the head filled with animatronics, they're going to be standalone animatronics. They aren't going to be puppeteered because these are going to be for display purposes. Did I get you?
Yeah. Just a little.
Just wakes you up.
Yeah.
Sorry. So they're going to be silicone skins. So when we, the very last step of this, once we create the new molds, which the new molds are going to be silicone skin, a silicone jacket with a plaster mother mold. I'm going to cast a silicone rubber skin and then back it with a urethane shell that I can then cut up in section to build my animatronic skeletal system on. And then the silicone skin will be able to be pulled over that. So with the final paintwork, and then with silicone, it's usually shiny, but there's a trick by adding Novox spray over the final paint job. You can dull it down to a point that it looks like latex. So it'll end up looking basically exactly like the originals did, but it'll be made out of a material that won't tear or decompose over time.
Yes, Fulton Pierce asks if you are ever concerned with the weight when using silicone skins.
Not on standalone animatronics, because they're going to have their own frame. On puppets, that's definitely an issue. So usually I'll have a harness rig that the puppeteer can wear that will support the weight of the animatronics. And then with silicone, there's all sorts of different additives that you can add to make it very pliable and soft so that the servos are able to handle the push and pull of it really easily. Like with Smooth On, they have a additive called Slacker, which you can add, which works great for creature effects. And then that makes it move, like very realistic skin. If anyone saw the new slasher Popeye movie that came out recently, I did the Popeye's prosthetic arms for those. And that's dragon skin, which is going to be the same material that I cast these in with a slacker additive so that it bends and is pliable just like real skin. That way when it moves, it doesn't wrinkle. It flows really well. All right. I think we're all filled in. All right. Okay, I'm going to do one more real thick rotocasting now that the armholes are filled up. And then we can pour our plastic shell and our pole mount, and then we'll stick this in the freezer and we'll demold the other arm that we have in the freezer. So if you guys stay tuned, you'll be able to watch the reveal of that piece, which is going to be very exciting. Since it's the first time a piece has been pulled out of that mold in 40 years.
Probably. Yeah. Well, no, we did the Planet Hollywood.
Oh, Planet
ones.
Hollywood.
So
When did you do
30 years.
Was that in the 90s? The Planet Hollywood? stuff?
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
I've seen a few of those go up recently at the prop store auctions.
Yeah, okay.
I think the last one I saw one from was 50 grand. Just for the static. Because those are fiberglass, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's crazy what the original props go for now.
Yeah.
I think they had some naked lunch stuff in the last one.
Did what?
They had naked lunch
Oh,
props. Yeah. I think they were from Planet Hollywood too. They had a bunch of like the strung up corpses.
Oh yeah, the mugwumps. Yeah, we made 30 of those, so there's a fair chance that it was original. I don't know that we made those for Planet Hollywood, but I know they have one here in town at Movie Madness. So they've been floating around.
Gremlin
performance is on YouTube for free. It only took them 40 years. You're getting many nice compliments.
Oh, about how handsome I am.
All right, let's see here. Danny Kim wants a close up of the mold and pouring. So
Oh god. All right.
I'll put on Facebook you can see the
So
close.
here it is. Right now, this mold is up to about 40 pounds.
Rolling it around there.
And I'm just rolling it around, and it slowly, as it cools down. So each time I roll it around, it creates a layer. And I'm just going to do this over and over and over until it's fully cool. And ultimately, I'm trying to create a 1/4 inch thickness throughout so that we can retool and resculpt any of the areas that need it.
And how long did it take to perfect this skill?
God. I've been doing this for like 15 years now.
Christian wants to know if you're going to be live streaming the silicone skin when you do it later.
Yeah, maybe. This process is definitely not going to be a fast process. This is going to take days. Hopefully by the end of today, we'll have all of the pieces cast and ready to retool.
Yeah, that would be good.
And then, yeah, we'll see. We'll go from there. I'm going to try and document as much of this process as I possibly can. All right. Now, the easy way with brand new technology would be to find one of the fiberglass castings, take a 3D
Yeah.
scan of it, but this is old school. We're doing it the real way.
Christian wants says, which urethane resin do you use to back the clay?
Since I'm rotocasting, I'm going to be using Smooth On 65D, which is specially formulated for rotocasting.
And he says, is it the same you'll use to back the dragon skin?
Yep. Yeah, it'll be the same stuff. Anytime I rotocast with resins, I use 65D. Any other urethane resins, typically once the cure kicks, it's really fast. So you're not able to rotocast. If you're trying to rotocast with it, it'll kick, and then all of a sudden you'll get a huge blob of plastic in one spot. Whereas the 65D, well, the kick time, the cure is slower, so you can continue to rotocast it as it's curing, and you get a nice even coat all the way around. So it works well for backing. It works really well for animatronic skeletal systems. I used to use fiberglass to create those, where you would brush in the fiberglass resin, and you would back it with a sheet and brush in more. It smells like hell,
Yeah.
and the smell doesn't go away. Like, your whole house will stink like it. It takes forever. It's a mess. So this urethane is a lot better to work with. The problem is I've been doing it for so long, over time I built up an intolerance to it. Like, I had urethane poisoning years ago, probably 10 years ago now. And it took years for me to get it out of my system. Because you essentially have to sweat it out of your bloodstream. So for years I was just sick from this urethane poisoning. So I have to be very careful if I do it now with respirators, good ventilation. You never want to do it without ventilation. I think anyone in the industry has dealt with it. Same goes with like auto paint shops. The auto paints all have urethanes, so over time they all get the urethane poisoning. It's just a nasty material, but super handy. How's it looking? It's looking good.
Getting there.
You think we can get a couple ladles out of that?
Is that? Yeah.
Okay. Let's do that. That should be good. Oh, I didn't need that arm here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try and ladle some in the.
What's that?
You want to try and get some in the chest? There's like a. It's recessed, so it's hard to get it.
Let me use this spoon. I can get in there a little better.
That's good.
So, Raiden, is this the greatest moment of your life?
It is a dream. Whew, okay. Better you than me. Okay. I'm gonna let this set up. You want to pull the other arm?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna get some more clay in here.
I have an X-Acto somewhere. Whew. All right. Okay.
You have to cut that off the outside. It's so thick. You might have to exact a knife edge.
How do you get it out?
I
Cut
would
it.
have
Yeah.
to-
It cuts off the outside.
Okay.
It's really strapped.
Okay. You should be able to peel it out from there.
Thanks.
Okay. All right, everyone that's stuck with us, this is the right gremlin arm that we cast. So this is a monster clay roto cast in the original molds with a urethane core and then a mounted pole so we can mount it in a stand and retool it as we need. I'm gonna wait for Chris to do the honors.
Almost there.
Just gotta make the soup.
Yeah, just making soup.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's see what we got here in the moment of truth. See which side is a little looser. Should be this one. Getting there. Stuck somewhere.
You want to remove this hot gun before we actually burn Chris?
There's one half. This one's going to be a little bit of pain, I think. Gotta be really careful with this. Come on, one time. There we go.
Nice.
Alrighty,
There's the money shot.
here we go.
This is still a little warm.
It's cracked.
Oh, we can heat that
Yeah.
up and reapply it.
Woohoo! Looking good. So far, so what? As we used to say, working for Roger Corman. It's coming off really nice and easy. Let me get that finger.
So this finger, we'll just heat it up a little bit and then stick it back on when we retool it.
Here we have it.
And it came out clean.
Yeah, that's nice. Very nice. A couple of small air bubbles and that's it. There you have a gremlin arm.
All right.
It's looking good.
Oh, that one came out really good.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. So it's going to go hang up. Jill needs a shot of gremlin blood. For those who don't know, Jillian Richardson, who's posting here, is in fact my wife. And the gremlin blood is a mixed drink she makes.
Okay, so next will be rotocasting the urethane core. So I'm going to do 2 coats in urethane to create a nice strong shell. And then I'll stick a pipe in there. Let's see, let me use a bigger pipe on this one.
Big one. I think we take the clamps off.
Is it too big for it?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it on the bandsaw. Be noisy for a second.
All right, you want to live stream the whole thing, or did you want to wait and do another live stream at the end, unveiling the last of it, or?
It's up to Chris, I suppose.
What's that?
Do you want to keep live streaming the whole time, or do you want to wait till we're near the end? And pop back on?
I don't know. Anybody interested in us continuing the live stream? Well, we got one person's severely committed, so I'm okay if you're okay.
Yeah, I don't know. You're the one that has to keep up the banter. So.
Yeah, well, you're the one who's got to keep the strength in his arms.
It's all right. I got this. All right. Respirator.
All right, well, we're gonna keep going. Thank you. So, in case for you who just got in here, Raiden is preparing to rotocast a couple of layers of a rotocasting urethane inside the gremlin body here, which has now also rotocast monster clay. Well said, James. So after he does that, he's just cut a big piece of PVC pipe, and he's going to foam that in there as a manipulation material. And that will be this. This was the second to last mold. We have the gremlin head to do last, and it is going to be a tough one. So this technique of these layering of the clay and the urethane is pure Raiden Gorby, coming up with processes where the previous processes were prohibitive in one way or another. Usually just too much clay. I am just trying to get this next batch of monster clay to warm up a little quicker.
Ren, do we have extension cords tomorrow?
Yeah, there's one cleaning up on that wire rack by the door.
Oh.
So yeah, any questions on anything I've ever done, any of the movies, working with Roger Corman, anything like that, feel free to ask. I'll make something up. Okay.
Getting a little warm. How about the melting head in Raiders of the Lost Ark?
Yeah, the melting head?
I think people like hearing about that one.
Alright.
Since we're dealing with the heat guns and everything.
So yeah, one of the things I did. Okay. So the sculptor died. Let me get back in the camera here. I never was doing stuff for The Fly and Gremlins at the same time. They were totally separated by a couple of years. I had just gotten the script for The Fly and really loved it. I love David Cronenberg's writing. He's a brilliant writer. Really love his stuff. And I was literally in a meeting with the producer for The Fly, Stuart Kornfeld, and David Cronenberg over on Fox. And David's assistant comes in and says, there's a phone call. And they're like, yeah, I think David said something like, not now. And the assistant said, it's for Chris. It's Steven Spielberg. So I'm like, okay, here we go. And so I get on the phone and it's Steven. And he has to talk to me immediately. So, and of course, Stuart and David are just kind of looking at me, bleary-eyed, just kind of like, well, Steven Spielberg calls, you gotta go. So I did. So I had to traipse over across town, over to Universal. Steven was doing some sound work on his amazing stories episode. And I get there, and it's Joe Dante and Gremlins producer Mike Fennell and Steven, and they base in the lobby of the Alfred Hitchcock Theater, and so they basically hammered at me for a good solid 20 minutes, trying to convince me not to do The Fly and to do Gremlins 2. Now, Gremlins really came very close to killing me. I was very weak afterwards, and took me a while to get over it. So I wasn't really champing at the bit to do Gremlins 2, especially because at that time, they didn't have a script. They hadn't even agreed on a storyline yet. And I really wanted to do The Fly. So I finally did convinced them I wasn't going to do Gremlins 2 because they thought they were ready to go on Gremlins 2. And it actually took another year or two before they were. So I could have actually done The Fly and Gremlins 2, but if I'd known what the time frame was. But I didn't. So I said, sorry, I'm doing The Fly. And Stuart Cornfield was very upfront with me about the production. He said, I know you guys need like 6 months to prep a show like this. We have 3. And so it was like, I'm like, oh God. It was just very, very sort of frustrating going into it, knowing that there wasn't going to be the time. And so but I loved the project. I'd worked with David before on Scanners, and so was really looking forward to that. And went ahead with that. But the thing was, it was half the time we needed. We really, really were under the gun time-wise. So every stage of that had to be just really pushed very, very fast. So during the design phase on The Fly, I basically had any member of my crew who wanted to put in designs, so that David had like 50 versions of a potential look for the film for The Fly. Alice is asking, what are we making? And so, Alice, we are making we're doing castings of the original Gremlins from the original Gremlin mold from 42 years ago or whatever it was. Raiden Gorby is going to be making 2 animatronic Gremlins to go in his rebuilt 67 VW Bug, which he is going to make sure looks exactly like Billy Peltzer's Bug in the movie Gremlins. Yeah, so these were the absolute original Gremlin molds. If you ever see any of the behind the scenes Gremlins mold stuff on Gremlins, you'll see there's usually a shot of me and I'm crouching down like this and I'm using air to blow the silicone up into the undercuts and stuff. That's these molds. Yeah, and so The Fly was a real challenge. Real challenge every step of the way. We, normally on a picture like that, we would machine out all our armatures and things like that. There really wasn't the time for that. So fortunately, John Berg, who was kind of supervising the mechanical end, came up with a great system of using light aircraft parts, connectors, and all kinds of stuff to create sort of a construction set that we could put all kinds of armatures together very, very quickly. They weren't perfect. They weren't ideal. Ideally, you do want to machine this stuff out so it's just the right way. But but getting it together, in a very short period of time, it worked very, very well for us. But normally on a picture like this, you have pre-production where you're building everything, and then you have production where you're filming everything. The Fly, because of its compressed schedule, was build as much as we could before filming started, and then part of the crew continuing to build stuff through the rest of production, in fact. So my job wound up being my job wound up being be in Toronto for the prep and shooting, and on weekends I fly home on Friday night to get to spend Saturday, maybe even Sunday morning with my crew, and then fly back for filming on Monday. So it was a very, very crazy time, and this was a simpler time. We didn't have the internet, we didn't have stuff like this, live feeds or anything like that. The best we had was faxing, and so they would be faxing very bad black and white photos to me of here's how far this rig's coming, here's this, and and I would, I'm still doing sketches on stuff for the end of the picture while we're filming, and that's getting faxed back there, and then I have to do the color version so they can match or get the basic paint job down, and so that had to be overnighted, which was very, very expensive back then. And then, so what we did on the fly, especially for all the puppet stuff, but also for the prosthetics as well, was they could only be taken to a certain point at my shop in Northern California. And so they basically got a pre-paint that got the basic colors on, basic textures. And I had to set up a shop at Kleinberg Studios outside of Toronto, where I would finish the paint job on all the puppetry stuff. And that worked out fine, but it was also exhausting. And it was just a major challenge. But it turned out pretty okay. And I did meet a lovely young lady on that movie who happened to become my wife. So I'm glad I turned down Gremlins 2. Oh wow, that'd be cool. I'd love to see some photos of that. Spacebug's one of my favorites as well. Gremlins is always going to be my #1 favorite design I've done, but the Spacebug, I really loved how it came out because it was so unique, so asymmetrical. It just sort of carried its weird persona with a puppet, which you have to realize back then, especially doing something like The Fly, a very emotional tragedy, and expecting the audience to sort of sit through all this puppet stuff. It's like it's asking a lot of puppetry. It's not like you're making a Muppet movie. So it was a real challenge for that, and especially when we got to the Spacebug, it was actually a big fear of mine that Jeff was so magnificent, and I'm like, and then we have to follow him up with a puppet, and we have to still believe it's Jeff Goldblum, and I was worried. I was really worried. But David's a great filmmaker, so and I knew he was going to make it work one way or the other. I just didn't want to be the weak link in him making it work. But I was really happy the way the Spacebug came out. Really happy with the way they shot it. I got to have some input into the lighting, which made a huge difference for me in terms of don't shoot it from this angle, whatever you do. There's a big scene there, whatever it was. Oh yeah, the scene where he points the gun to his head. My idea, my suggestion. Originally in the script, the character of Stathis kills Brundlefly, but the crew, I can't remember her name at the moment. One of the crew members literally from the beginning of production was saying, no, she has to kill him, she has to kill him, she has to kill him. And finally David relented. The whole crew signed a petition to get him to change it, which he did. And Stuart Kornfeld came to me when he said, well, what do you think? Do you think Stathis should shoot him or should her name was Veronica, right? I can't remember. And I said, yeah, no, she has to kill him, and he has to grab the gun and put it to his head. So and he's like, I'm gonna be back in a minute. Ran off to David, and we did that. I'm so glad we did that because it really keeps Jeff's presence alive in the puppet. Yeah, I Sculptor Die. Yeah, I think it does have that melancholy personality. It's got that tragic look to it. That it's a non-viable life form, which was the key word that David gave me as we were designing stuff. So a lot of our initial designs came out. They were very sort of clean and not quite standard monstery, but nothing particularly uniquely applicable to the story. And it was David who said, no, it has to, when you look at it, you have to hurt, and it has to be a non-viable life form. And that's when it clicked for us. It was just going, got it. We got this. Don't worry. We'll take it from here. And that was great. He was always really good about his descriptions because, and I've said this before, most directors, when you're discussing designs and stuff like that, they'll give you visual technical advice. They'll say, well, I think it needs more horns, or can we try this in green, or something like that. And David was always about, well, when you look at it, it should hurt, and you should feel pain, and or disgust, or whatever it was. And he was more about giving me the design leeway that he trusted me on, but giving me the demands he needed for the drama, for the storyline, which was great, really great way to work, and I love doing that. So that was The Fly, and that wound up being a good thing.
How's rotocasting going, Raiden?
That's rough.
You almost done?
Yeah. It will be worth it.
That's right.
Any other questions? This is the most talking I've done in probably 10 years. Oh, thanks. Fly 2 was an interesting experience for me, obviously. My first directing job. And one of the hardest parts of that was keeping my hands off the effects because that's what I'd been doing. And so I let my crew come up with some basic designs for some of the stuff, and I just wasn't happy, and I knew they needed as much time as possible on getting the rigs together. So one weekend I think I was in Vancouver at that point, setting stuff up, and flew down for the weekend, sculpted up a maquette, said, here we go, let's do this. and it was very different because in Fly 2, I wanted it to be a viable life form. I wanted it to be. Fly 2 is basically, for me, it's an homage to the old monster movies, and I wanted to do something a little more maybe cerebral initially, but Fox was kind of like, no, we just want a date movie. I'm like, okay, fine, and so that was kind of a limitation. So I needed to make it a little bit more for me, and so I wanted to go for that sympathetic feel for the monster that like the old Universal movies had, which I still love to death. So that came out, I think, in the performance with the puppet, and also Chris Young's score is really good in that movie, and his love theme, it works great. So that was an interesting thing. Yeah, the Bartok Beast was, I'm trying to remember who sculpted that one, who did the design. It was not me. Same with the dog was not my design. I think just the Fly 2 itself is mine. Yeah, we did the face melting. Well, Stefan Dupuis did the face melting gag, and it wound up being much more effective than I was expecting, to be quite honest. We only did the one take, one time, and it worked great. Very, very effective, very shocking. So we did a lot of fun stuff in that. There's some pretty tricky shots in there where the fly monster kills I can't remember the doctor in the hallway and throws his body over the stairs. There's a lot of switching out of rigs in there, very quick rigs. It's why the guard slams the door to hide one rig while they wheel that thing out as fast as possible and drape the actor over the fence, the railing. So I had a lot of fun setting up a lot of the shots on that one. So it was a really good learning experience for me.
All right, body's done.
Oh, thanks.
Let's stick the body in the fridge,
Yeah.
and then we can do the head.
Body's going in the freezer. Yeah, it's the follow-up shot on that face melting in Fly 2, where he's on his melted face. The guard is dead and dying on the ground, and the fly steps on him, and there's a little bit of vapor come out of his mouth. That was an homage to. I'm sure you'll remember the movie Kaltiki, the Immortal Monster. I saw that as a little kid, and there's a shot in there where a scuba diver comes up and. I think they remove his mask and it's just like a bloody skull or something like that. So that was my little homage on Fly 2. What else? Okay, hang on. Did all the different gremlins share the same body design? I remember recognizing different face sculpts. Yeah, that's correct. All of the bodies, all the hands, legs were all the same. They were all out of these master molds we're running now. We had 7 different sculpted gremlin faces. And I think for the Mogwai we had 4 or 5. I think it was 5. And for different expressions, for different specific gags. There I sculpted the archer face basically just for one shot where he's firing the crossbow at Billy. But we got a lot of uses out of those. Those were not so much replacement faces as they were with the Mogwai. The Mogwai we actually had, because we had great fur to sort of blend the edge, the faces were only lightly put onto the puppets, so they could be taken off and replaced really pretty quickly. The gremlins that just wasn't as easy to do, so basically those separate expressions went on completely separate heads that had differing levels of animatronics in them. But that was how we dealt with trying to get a lot of expression out of a bunch of puppets without doing too much animatronics on every single puppet. What else, gang? What other questions do we have?
So, Chris, how did you learn all this stuff? Because nowadays, when we don't know how to do something, we can look it up online. We can find someone, message them. Back then, what did you do?
When we were doing this stuff, we did not have a lot of options. You didn't have specific suppliers to the industry at all. In the least. So it was a lot of hunting for whatever the industrial product was that we could use, and that was very time consuming. And back when we were starting out, it was literally half your production time, pre-production time, was just finding your materials and getting your stuff. Unless it was a simple mask or something like that. But anything past that, and you had to go to 15 different shops to get the stuff, because you had to mix your own paints, you had to figure out what your mechanisms were going to be, especially back then, and especially for somebody like me, I'm not a machinist. I wasn't able to do all my own specific machining, so I had to kind of go out and find as much workable mechanics as I could find, especially in terms of dependable hinges, poles, anchors, stuff like that. And it just, not something that was simple or straightforward like it is now. Now you have supply places that you can order 90% of what you need from one place online. It's like a whole different world. It couldn't be a more different world than it was back then. Yeah, we were mad scientists. That's a really good way to phrase it, because we were repurposing and reformulating a lot of materials back then. Even the plastics that were available, which were not, you didn't have anywhere near the diversity or the capacity in plastics, particularly urethanes and especially in epoxies. You had like 2 or 3 choices and you had to make them work. And they weren't always available. So it was, when you got them, they wouldn't necessarily do exactly what you wanted to do. So you had to be enough of a chemist to say, okay, I know if I change the formula here, but I heat it up, it's going to do what I want it to do. And so that was a really interesting finding time. I had a conversation with my friend Rick Baker years ago, well, actually when he was visiting, and because I was very curious. He's had a much longer career than I ever had, and I asked him, I said, what's been your favorite part of your career in terms of, just sort of being either the most fun, the most rewarding? Is it like when you had your full shop and could do it whatever you wanted, when you did whatever? Just trying to see how similar or how different his experiences were than mine. And he said exactly the same thing. He said the early days, figuring everything out when there was, when it was very difficult to figure stuff out. That was just like crazy magic time. So. Yeah, it's Sculptor Die. We were breaking ground with every single show. Because nobody asked for the same thing twice. It's just kind of like everything has to be a little bit different, a little new, kind of like this but different, and it has to do a whole different thing. So you had to be inventive, and I think that was what Rick was alluding to. You had to work your magic with what you could find most of the time. And we didn't have NFT fibers. We didn't have all these really modern resources, not just materials, but to be able to call somebody up and say, I need a custom color woven fur. That was impossible. You just couldn't do it. And even like, well, I'll just go get some material for it. Well, you had like 4 colors, and that was it. And that's all changed so much, all for the better. I think has really been amazing and wonderful. But I don't know that everybody quite appreciates what a challenge it was back then.
We may be coming to that understanding pretty soon, though, with Joann's and all the other places going out of business now.
Yeah.
Like a lot of makers are going to be struggling to come up with new inventive ideas.
Yeah, and who knows what with the tariffs, what's going to change.
Yeah. Well, a lot of our furs for our company, lunaspuppets, have already just gone extinct. So I don't know what.
Yeah.
We got to start getting creative. We got to go back to dyeing all of our furs and fleece.
Right.
When we first started, that's what we did for everything. Everything was dyed. And it was a nightmare. Like our washing machine was stained, our bathtubs were all stained, everything was stained.
I believe it. Well, that wasn't just for the fur, though. That was for the
Antron fleece.
Yeah.
The fleece,
everything.
yeah.
Yeah, the fleece especially.
Yeah.
So right, and Christian wants to know, since you're rotocasting, the interior is pretty hollow, so how do you attach the anchor, the pipe in it there?
So the pipe, if you saw, I drilled a few holes in it, and then I ran some cheesecloth through it, and then tied it around, so it was essentially like a torch. And then once you stick that into the torso and you start rotocasting, the plastic embeds itself into the cheesecloth, which is woven throughout that pipe, and it fuses it all as one piece. So that pipe is anchored in there and extremely secure. When we pull it from the mold, I'll grab a good look for you so you can see what I'm talking about.
Hey Peter, good to see you. Yeah, there are films that I would have loved to have been part of and kind of almost was part of. I was originally on a movie called Cocoon that I really wanted to do, and I was already working on it, but then that was for 20th Century Fox. 20th Century Fox then pulled me aside and said, "We're not going to let you do that movie because we want you to do Enemy Mine, our other project." So I didn't get to do Cocoon, which I would have liked to. The other one that I was on that I had to turn down was RoboCop, which I would have loved to have done. I knew the producer really well, and I just had some personal problems at the time I had to deal with, and so I had to turn that one down too. And then I had to turn Clint Eastwood down on Rat Boy. And that was, again, just sort of a scheduling thing. But the thing about Rat Boy was it was going to be filming up in the Bay Area right near my shop. So it would have been just ideal. And finally a movie I didn't have to go on a distant location for. So, yeah, there's always some regrets. But, I'm also pretty thrilled with the opportunities I've had in my career. I mean, Gremlins and The Fly especially, they're just kind of like sort of showcase films for the effects, while still being only part of it as opposed to an effects-driven film. So it's not, there's one thing that's great about doing great effects, and it feels great to achieve that stuff, but it's a lot more rewarding to do effects that are part of something bigger and something better than just the effects. And Gremlins was that in spades because it was just so bizarre a movie, so odd and strange. It was kind of like, okay, that was a wonderful, unique experience. The Fly was just a great experience in terms of the work and being able to do that work and it being a really great film. And there were others.
What was the movie? I remember you telling me a story about a chimp that you worked with.
The what?
A chimp?
Oh no, that was Typhoon the Baboon. Yeah.
That's a good story.
So that was on The Fly.
Oh yeah, that's right.
We initially had it was going to be a rhesus monkey. This was for the monkey cat sequence, and then somehow David came across a trained baboon, Typhoon, and it was the only trained baboon in the world, and there was a reason for that. Baboons are very, very aggressive, and Typhoon was. There was a big question about whether he would even be usable, especially with Jeff, because his scenes were with Jeff, and there has to be a certain relationship. Fortunately, Jeff really bonded with the baboon, and Typhoon accepted him as the alpha male or whatever it is. So that was great, but that did not make working with him very easy. So he's a very temperamental baboon, and he kind of went off the hinges once or twice, and so it was like, okay, the trainer just yells out, okay, everyone get out of the building. Okay, but move slowly. And you just have to do that around certain animals, and he would get in there and calm Typhoon down. Typhoon was in love with our script supervisor. Apparently his initial trainer was a short blonde woman, just like our script supervisor. And so he really wanted to be with her. And this is funny because this same script supervisor is now still my wife. But she was unaware of it, but the whole crew was like, get the monkey away from the girl. But so that was an interesting experience. That was like I don't know why I like working with animals, but boy do I respect them. We had a trained wolf pack on a movie called The Phantom. We were over shooting on location in Thailand, and they had to train the wolf pack to follow a specific trail, which was also used by the crew to get to the location. So we would get a call out from the trainer to freeze wherever we were. Just stop until I tell you to move again. So you freeze, and then this wolf pack comes running right past you. I mean, inches away, and I'm like, okay, we're not moving. But they were fine. But they were also, you had to do that, or there would be trouble. So then I worked with a grizzly bear on a movie called, I think it's just called Bear. Very, very low budget. And they had a sort of trained grizzly bear. And so this grizzly bear was supposed to be attacking some people in a van. And so the way this training goes is they put an electrical fence around the perimeter of the shooting area, and they smear the van with smoked salmon and ham and all this stuff. And the trainers, I almost fell on the electrical fence. I was working right next to the bear trailer, and I almost fell on the electrical fence. Unfortunately, the trainer was there, and I said, "Oh man, I almost fell on it." He goes, "Oh, it's not electrified." And I'm like, "What do you actually mean?" He said, "Well, the bear was trained with it electrified, so he stays away from it anyway." So I'm like, "Okay, fine." So I'm watching, trailers here, the van, he's going to attack us down there a little bit. We've got 4 people in the van. It was like the producer, like 4 of the crew, because we didn't want to actually put the actors in there. So they let the bear out. This is not a small animal. This is a big grizzly bear. And sure enough, it goes right over to the van. It starts eating the salmon. They're filming away. Great. It goes over to the side and slides the door open. And they hadn't locked the door, and the trainer's like flipping out. The producer goes flying out the door and just runs away. The rest of them just kind of keep. Oh, it was the stunt coordinator. It was in there as well. Dickie Beer was great guy. And but he just played it cool, and the trainer lured him away, and everything was fine. But it was a couple of pretty tense moments there. So yeah, I mean, animals can be fun and terrifying. All right, more questions.
Refill ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to snug these seams up a little better.
the sounds you hear, and you can see in the foreground in this one feed is Raiden duct taping the head mold as best he can. This is going to be the biggest challenge by far. The sections don't align as well as they used to, and it's a bit awkward. It's a 3-piece mold, and it has ears in it, so we got to get the ears filled. Need help?
I mean, I've got him snugged up. The main one is on the left side of his face. Wants to keep slipping. And I just don't think there's a way to.
Yes, the head and ears are in one piece. Oh yeah. Did I get to know Jeff Goldblum? Absolutely, without question. Spending months dealing with him and all that stuff, couldn't help it. And it was interesting because when casting the fly, David's very aware of the processes involved and what certain people need in terms of what they can get. And he asked right up front, he said, so what should I be looking for in casting to make it easier for you? I said, 2 things: small or very laid back ears and a small nose, because we can make it bigger, but we can't make it smaller. And so he calls up and he says, well, I think I found my Brundle, but I don't know if it'll work for you. And he said, it's Jeff Goldblum. And I was like, oh, Jeff does not have a small nose. His ears are like rocks. They're out there and very strong. And but I was a huge fan of his. Huge fan of his. And I said, he's going to be great. We will make it work somehow. And we did. But the scene where Jeff's ear falls off is an amazing challenge, because you cannot believe how much glue it took to glue his real ear down. We had to do it like 5 or 6 times as well just to get it to stick. But he was great. He was very, very great. He was wonderful to work with, incredibly patient. I always refer to the one time I was just walking down the hall past the makeup room, and Jeff was already in makeup just waiting to be called to set. And I see him, and he's looking in the mirror, and he's kind of like... So he's really working the makeup. He's testing it to see where it's working, what's translating from his movement into the prosthetic piece. I love seeing that. You don't really see that with most actors. You put a prosthetic on them, and they just kind of like, they don't care. They don't want it. They want their face to show. Their face is their fortune, so covering it up is not their favorite thing to do. But Jeff was always great because he really listened attentively. I mean, you would say, okay, I just need to explain this, and he would lean in, and he would not move, and he'd just listen, and he just, okay. And he would always have a really sharp question. So you're saying that if I do this, you'll have to do that, but if I don't do that, it's easier for you? I'm saying, what? And I'm like, it doesn't make it matter whether it's easy for us or not. You do what you need to do, but it's going, no, I will, but I want you to be happy too. So, great. So yeah, so we got along really, really well. He was just actually, without question, the best actor to work with I've ever worked with in terms of makeup stuff.
You ready to do the head? You ready for the head?
Am I ready for the head? Sure.
All right, so you want to ladle it in?
Yeah. You want to? I'm just wondering what the best way to do this is, because we probably
I
want
think
to.
if we fill it looks like. So I would say the face first. Fill the face.
Yes, that's
And
what
then-
I was going to say, and then hit the ears.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
And then that jaw is.
Yeah, it's down in there.
So make sure we fill that up first.
Okay, that's.
I can't see, so I'll leave it to your
What's that?
judgment. I can't see, so I'll leave it to
That
your
may be
judgment.
enough.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that should be good.
I'll start.
Glad we did this one last.
Yeah.
I would have hated to end with that body. That about killed me.
It's an awkward one.
Okay, so this part, this little part that keeps slipping. I don't think there's much we can do about it. You want to try and pour it in there. Get that filled. Sign. I'm gonna let it all drip and settle in this. I'm gonna let it settle in this ear.
Yeah.
Cool. And then I'll flip it and we'll
Okay.
have it settle in the other ear.
Yeah.
That way there won't be air pockets.
Get a little more of this melted.
I think I'm more excited to see the body be molded than the head.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna turn out good. I'm a little afraid with this one.
Yeah.
I think it's gonna need some work.
It's gonna, yeah, definitely need some resculpting.
You think Tony's up for paying us a visit?
What's that?
You think Tony's up for paying us a visit?
A good question.
He can come touch it up for us.
What's that?
He can come touch it up for us.
Yeah. Yeah, it was lucky to get Tony on the show. He had literally just finished up. I can't remember what Henson show it was in London, and was looking for work at ILM, and figured he'd stop by CWI as well.
Cool.
They didn't have anything at ILM for him at that time.
So this sculpt is, I mean, when I look at it, it just looks like your work. When I look at the Gremlin,
Yeah,
compared to all your other work I've seen, it just looks like yours.
yeah.
Like I don't see much of Tony's.
It's
in
not.
this
It's
at all.
not. I was pretty overbearing about the sculpt. To be
Yeah.
quite honest, it was. Now the Mogwai sculpt looks more like one of Tony's.
Yeah, his does. And then for people watching, so Tony McVeigh is the sculptor who's leading that. He did the Mogwai. He also did Grogu, which is why they look so similar.
Yeah.
But yeah, this Gremlin is entirely a Chris Willis.
Well, I had done the maquette earlier as well, so that's what he was basically working off of. And then, like I say, I did supervise. I went in and I sculpted in the scale patterns and reworked certain things that I wasn't too happy with.
I'm gonna try and ladle it right on this back of the neck,
Okay.
and then I'll let it settle on this other ear. Or is it still a little chunky? We can wait. We can wait for it to soup up a little bit more.
Yeah. Yeah. Concentrating on the job at hand here, guys.
I'll get on this side and put the heat gun nice. Okay. That's done. I'll do a ton in there this time. I'm gonna do these layers probably a little thicker than the other ones since we'll have to tool it more. That's good. Might have to brush in the rest.
Yeah.
Let's do one more. More? Yeah, let's do some in here. And then thicken up the face. What do you think of this process so far?
It seems to be working. I never complain if something works.
So make sure I get that jaw. We should throw some more into the face so I can flood the jaw.
Where you want it?
Just right, yeah, I want to flood the jaw.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Just make that solid. That's good. There we go. All right. And I think we'll have to brush in the rest.
Yep.
Once this cools. Can you give me that can of spray? Speed it up a little. Okay.
Take a break, I'll do it.
You sure? I'm not gonna fight you. Alright, I'll read the questions. Oh, I have no idea where you left off on here. Okay. So this is the last piece. We've got the mouthpieces already cast. They're in the fridge hardening. We got the body completely finished, and it's in the fridge hardening. Actually, we can probably pull the teeth while you're finishing this. I think those would be ready, if that sounds good.
These guys would make great bakers. Interesting you should say that. That is what my daughter is.
Luna.
All right, so I'm gonna try and demold this one as carefully as possible because it has those little tiny teeth. So this piece, when I do the puppet, will be cast all in urethane resin. It's not going to be silicone. I just can't believe how workable these molds still are.
Yeah, it was the best silicone on the market at the time, and I know the other stuff that was available just did not last.
And how have you been storing these?
What's that?
How have you been storing them? Are they in your garage or?
Just they were in the basement, in the garage, whatever. Yeah. We had friend and I. There was a group called the Cars, and they had their first album cover has a clear steering wheel on it. I did that with a friend of mine.
What?
And we did that. That was a silicone mold we did, and just to show you how questionable the silicone of the day was, this was not the GE silicone. We only got 2 pulls out of it before it completely shredded into rubber bands. Holy mackerel, that's good.
That's not too bad.
That's pretty darn good. For little stuff like that, I see
I mean,
some
there's
air
only-
bubbles and stuff, but
I can fill all that pretty
Yeah.
easily. There's only 2 teeth that didn't come out.
that's pretty
3.
good.
4 teeth. That's not bad. I like that.
No, up here. See?
Okay. Not too bad.
That's wild.
Trying to go as gentle as possible so I don't break those little tiny teeth off the mold. I heard a guy wants to help with a big job we had for Post Serial, where we had to make a ton of these talking sugar bear plaques, animatronic sugar bear plaques.
Yeah.
We were supposed to make 500 of them.
Holy mackerel.
So I hired someone to help who said he had all this experience working at these different mold shops. He had worked for Marvel, all sorts of stuff. I was like, okay, great. Just can you start today? And it was the hardest. He was with us for 3 days. It's the hardest 3 days of my life. He destroyed every mold we had.
Oh boy. Yeah,
To break them loose, he would grab them and smack them on the table.
Yeah, I've done that as well.
He destroyed them all though. There was nothing left. I think we burnt through about $4,000 in material of just parts that we couldn't use. All right, this one didn't come out as clean. The jaw's good. We'll just have to.
Yeah, just gotta do the teeth, which
These teeth are even smaller. Is the problem?
yeah. Well, the teeth are the easy part.
Yeah. It looks like you just rolled them and. Yeah, that shouldn't be too hard. Okay. Yeah, the problem is just the air bubbles. in the
Yeah.
clay. They're just too small for it to fill. Although do you think we could run just urethane plastic out of these? You think it'd work?
Definitely.
I might try that then. Instead of doing clay,
Yeah.
just run a
Yeah.
urethane casting.
Do some release.
I think ease release will work on
What's that?
ease release.
I
Or
don't
do you
know
think-
that one.
Because these are silicone, right?
Right.
I think the 65D should self-release.
A toothpick.
I can put a little spot of it on here just to see if it grabs or not before I run them.
Let me get a toothpick.
Yeah, probably good.
Let me do that instead.
Yeah, the teeth, they look good, but there's air bubbles at the base. So I think it is going to be easier just to run urethane in them.
Oh, I'm finding bits of old teeth in here. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, I think it's clean. All right, I'm gonna lay some down just on the side
Sure.
to see if it releases first before
Yeah. Good idea. That's probably enough.
I think I got most of it. There's the other mold.
I don't even know. Can you take it? I haven't touched it.
I think we're done with that small phase there. Raiden is testing a urethane on the side of the teeth and palate molds to make sure we're going to be okay to run urethane in them. I'm fairly confident.
I've got some extras, so I'm just gonna send them my own for another job I have to do.
What did I do? I brush the screen and everything's gone.
You just got stuck it. Okay.
Thank you. Any more questions? Anybody? Or are you all tired of hearing me ranting for hours now?
I think they're all waiting for the reveal.
What?
They're all waiting for the big reveal.
Yeah. I know I am.
Luna, you want to show them around the little shop? Actually, I don't know what I got. You show that stuff up there. Some projects we're working on.
Show them.
I don't know. Just so there's something to do. You saw my beetleboard heads I'm working on.
Okay.
That should appear in just a minute.
Yeah, good. Good you're shushing while we work. Are those supposed to be dinosaur hands in the background? I think you may be talking about the gremlin's hands. You mean right over my head?
Here, I'll bring him in. So these are the first clay sculpts, or the clay castings that we pulled. So you can see this one, the finger came off in the casting, but it's just monster clay. So all we have to do is heat up the base and stick it back on there when we tool it. So we have the arms done. We got the body in the freezer. We're test running some teeth to see if we can do a straight urethane casting off of these molds. And then the head, we have the clay sculpt done. So we're going to be backing that in urethane next, as soon as it cools.
You're gonna demold the body now?
Yeah, we probably can demold the body. You want to demold the body?
What's that?
You want to demold the body? Pull it out of the freezer?
You think it's ready?
I can go test it. I think it might be. It's been a while.
Do we want to put the head in the freezer?
You can put it down.
Oh yeah, you gotta run your other stuff.
And then when I do the urethane casting, we'll see when that cures. Yeah, and I'll just pour it all at once. The body's actually still a little warm.
Oh.
The body's still a little warm,
Ah,
so I'm gonna wait. I don't want to.
let's not chance it.
I do not want to have to recast that thing. That looks good. All right, I am pretty excited about the head. All right. You see these eyes? Chris brought these the original eyes for gremlins. It's pretty cool. So did you paint these ones?
No, all the gremlin eyes were painted by Kelly Lepkowski. Well, all the final ones. We went through a whole bunch of different variations. Joe wanted to see if we could have glowing eyes, and unfortunately the DP would not work with a 50-50 mirror for some reason. So we were gonna have to light up hundreds of eyes, and I'm like, Joe,
Oof.
you know, that's gonna be so much trouble on set, you know, because, you know, 100 pairs of lights never work for very long together until something goes wrong. So we finally abandoned it, but we had to do a ton of tests with them, all kinds.
All right, BJ Geyer says, "Are you going to scan the new clay cast before making new molds?"
That's up to Chris. I don't think so though.
Yeah.
We're just doing. We want to keep this as limited as possible.
Yep. Yeah, I just don't want too much gremlin stuff getting out, period. And I have never trusted anyone before with these molds, so that says something to Raiden's shady character that he convinced me.
It took 4 years to convince you, but maybe longer. We got there. All right. I guess we don't need the clay anymore.
Yeah.
I'm done. All right. Cool.
Now, who gets to clean that,
Or
or is it just permanently in there?
I don't know if I want to try. Although this isn't bad.
No, the none of the gremlins had separate cornea. What they had was a I forgot what it's called. Like reptiles have an nictitating membrane. So this was a clear membrane that was like a third eyelid. Just came from underneath and went straight up. And we only did 2 or 3 puppets like that, I think. They were very problematic, but they worked great once we got them locked down. It was just too much of a deal to get all that mechanism in there in so many puppets that we were doing with the, you know, the time and money we had. So we abandoned that. But I think there, you can see the nictitating membrane in one of the bar shots where there's gremlins at the bar, I think. I don't know if it shows up other places.
Christian wants to know, do you wait for the 65D to be fully cured before you put the mold in the freezer?
No. Once it kicks, because the 65D is clear before it kicks, when it does kick, it turns white. So as soon as it becomes opaque, it's good enough to put in the freezer. But I'll typically wait until it's completely white, and then I'll stick it in the freezer. So it'll still be somewhat soft and pliable, but that usually takes about half an hour, 45 minutes before it's completely rigid.
Interesting. I've never used it.
I love it. So I'm not sure about running the urethane through those molds though. I poured some on the back, and it doesn't seem, it's like an inhibitor or something.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not curing.
Put a heat gun on it.
It's still clear, it's not turned away.
Yeah, it should have kicked by now. I mean, it's thinner.
Yeah, I was just gonna
So-
say it's thin, so it's gonna.
It might take a little longer. Usually it kicks faster than this though. I mean, we can tell. I'll give it another 2 minutes. If it doesn't, I mean, we still have the clay holes. So.
Yeah, that's pretty liquid.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Caesar,
reach this curing
Nicole
surface.
Jr. says, how are you keeping the vegetable fat from the monster clay from separating?
That's really weird. I've never seen it because all we ran in these were a thing.
oh, it might be now. It might just be taking longer.
Yeah.
All right. Well, it could just be because it was so thin.
Rachel
Yeah.
says, Caesar Nicole says, how are you keeping the vegetable fat from the monster clay from separating?
The vegetable fat. Well, if you careful,
Oh,
That's the gremlin arms.
it's like Jurassic Park. So when you heat it up, if you let it sit, it will separate, and you just keep stirring to mix it in. Once you pour it in and you rotocast it, it won't separate. And it cools off pretty quickly once it's in the mold. All right. I think. That's weird. I'm gonna get a minute.
Okay, any more questions, anybody? We'll keep this moving here if we can. We're having uncertainties about the urethane in the old silicone. It seems to be setting up a lot slower than it normally does. But we'll see.
Oh, okay.
Here's a question they said. Christian says, "Is monster clay just a preference? Like, could you use NSP Chavant instead?" I don't know what that is.
I don't think it gets as liquid, does it?
I don't think so. I've never used it for doing this. The monster clay I like because it just becomes,
Yeah.
it's like water almost. The viscosity, you're able to melt it down so much that it can fill every single little crevice pretty well, except for the teeth apparently.
Yeah.
We pushed its limit with that one. But no, I prefer monster clay for this. It's a little trickier to sculpt with, but for pouring into molds to rework stuff and tool, I think it works best. That said, I don't do a whole lot with it. Most of the sculpting and stuff I do is with wet clay. That's my preferred.
Peter, I've never heard of cold cure dental acrylic. Is it really cure out cold or
Oh, is that the UV cure?
what?
Is that the UV cure?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I'm asking. Yeah, I've sculpted with this Chavant, but I've never tried a pour with it. No, it's not UV. So does it cure out cold like an epoxy? Okay. Blind Voyeur saying 65D has trouble thin curing. External heat applied will help. However, if you warm the mold and pour the thicker piece, it should be fine. I have some 25 to 30-year-old silicone studio molded and have successfully pulled urethane from them.
Yeah, it's just taken a long time, but I think if we actually pour it in, it'll be fine. And it released just fine. That was my main concern. I didn't want it.
What's that?
It released off it just fine. My main concern was pouring it in here and then the mold tearing apart if we tried to.
It's a pretty tough mold.
All right. Well, if you want to try it, I was able to peel this piece off, so and it's cured, so we can go for it. Cool. All right. Let's try it.
So Peter says the cold cure is like a two-part epoxy. Hello, Jordan. Welcome.
Odessa wants to know, are there concerns about the oil in the monster clay with the old latex?
We haven't had a problem so far.
With what is it?
The oils in the monster clay reacting with the
because
latex.
the monster clay doesn't really leach oil like an oil-based clay because it's got so much wax in it, and so that basically stabilizes any oils in it. So you shouldn't, unless it's latex is not a problem, but you probably get some leaching with like a plaster or something like that would be very porous and absorbing.
Okay.
So I do have.
You want to pour them here where you can be seen?
Yeah.
So we can pour them, and then did you find toothpicks?
Yeah, they're right here.
We can just poke out the air bubbles in the teeth.
Okay.
Or I've got a vacuum pot and a pressure pot. We could go that route. I don't know if it's necessary though. I think we can get by just popping the air bubbles.
Some gloves.
Oh, I'm getting hungry.
It's lunchtime.
You want to set up the video feed over the top of this so they can see it?
My specialty. Of course. Did you have to put anything in these molds so they'll release?
No, since they're silicone, it'll self-release.
Okay.
I have like e-spray, but I think it'll inhibit the
Curing?
process.
Okay.
Yeah, Diego was. It was very crazy movie. Very, very crazy.
That's doing
Looks
it.
like they filled in pretty good.
Yeah, I'm getting bubbles in all of them now.
Yeah. Oh, there's one. Yeah.
Bunch hiding in that one.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of bubbles on this side.
It's oddly satisfying to release. Alright, how are you looking?
Hang on, no, I guess not. All right.
Alright, so you just have to do a coat on the side of the head. That's the last thing you gotta do.
Yep. Okay.
Right, you do the head now?
Yep.
Alright.
So I need one more pipe for the head. So I can help with that. So here's that pipe trick. So I'm just going to embed the cheesecloth in here so that it absorbs the urethane and fuses this all together.
Teeth are clearing out.
All right? Oh, perfect. Awesome.
Oh,
Okay. Man, it's heavy.
James Neely wants you to say, Luke, I am your father.
Not too hard, girl. Oh my god.
There's no stopping now. Too deep in.
It's alright. It's all worth it.
right, so that's gonna all start curing, and then you put that in the
So
freezer.
This is kicking right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do one more coat to fill in the other ear. And while I do that, I'll stick this in. And then I'll do one more thin one just to fully lock that in place.
Okay. I'm gonna ask Chris another question then. Let's see here. All right. Oh, how do I make this stand? I got it. So Chris, you're known for always being working. Like you're still always working on something. Did you always have that drive, or do you feel like you developed that drive as you got bigger and bigger? Like you realized you had to work that hard all the time, and now you just can't stop, or were you always driven?
No, it's I've always needed to do things with my hands. I'm very sort of otherwise I get very anxious and I worry about stuff, and I'm just a maker by nature. It doesn't even matter what I'm making half the time. It's just kind of like getting there is all the fun for me. And as a kid, I would make anything out of anything I could find, old cereal boxes or whatever. I did a lot of cardboard construction as a kid and all that stuff, and I couldn't stop. I could never stop. And then getting into this stuff, well, it's so much work, that you could keep really busy. One of the hardest things for me was actively retiring, because again, this is a conversation I had with Rick Baker. You get to that point where, yeah, I'm definitely stopping doing this stuff. I'm going to be a retired person now. And then you sort of sit there and go, what does a retired person do? And what does a retired person like me do? Because I don't know, I've always worked towards somebody else's needs or whatever. I've been, make this, yes, okay, make that for you. Build, design this, yes, great. And I've never had the time to really sit back and kind of go, so Chris, what do you really want to do? And so that was very disorienting when I finally retired. And I've talked to a couple of people who have retired, Rick Baker especially. It's just that I can do anything I want now. Nobody's going to stop me. And nobody's going to tell me I'm taking too long. And, it's just kind of like I can do whatever I want. And so it's, Rick does spend months planning for Halloween. He's doing a little less each year, but we do a pretty good Halloween house as well. So it keeps us busy as well. But I also, still connected to the Dark Arbor Lodge group, doing projects there. I'm not going to do as many art shows or anything like that. They're just too much work. But I am going to do my own stuff. Right now, I'm just kind of like switching out from doing this kind of creature stuff to doing more of my silly train stuff. I do garden railroading to ease the internal tension or pressure. And so now I just kind of want to focus more on that and have more fun with that. I'm getting to the point in my life where I'm kind of going, maybe I may have made enough monsters in my time. Oh, Diego, yeah, the Wilbur Whately sculpture was a real challenge. And after that one, I learned to never make anything too big that won't fit through the door. But yeah, I'm still going to do this creature stuff. We have a creature challenge at the Dark Arbor Lodge page that Peter Fussy is already way ahead of the rest of us. I'm planning on, I think I'm going to do a costume for it. I'm not sure, but I'll probably do a paper mache piece as well. And that'll be my creature stuff for the year, I think. And then it's just going to be trains. I've got a pretty simple outdoor garden railroad. I'm going to be starting an indoor railroad this year sometime. And so it'll be, plenty to keep me busy. And I can keep busy. I can keep busy on my own just because I get so antsy if I'm not doing something. But my problem is I'm getting old, so I won't have the energy I had 20, 30 years ago. But I have enough to keep me going. and I'm looking forward to it. It's just, and it's weird because now I'm trying to learn new technology, 3D CAD drawing, 3D printing, scanning, stuff like that. That's a whole new realm for me, and I've never been a really technical guy, so it's been a genuine challenge for me to learn that stuff, which is fun.
I explained that exact antsiness.
What's that?
I explained that exact antsiness and having to work and constantly do stuff.
I'm not making a single word. Yeah.
I explained that exact antsiness and having to always work on something to my therapist,
Yeah.
and he said it's a severe anxiety disorder.
I believe it. I believe it. My dad has, and still alive at 101, has anxiety issues, and I do get anxious. My wife will attest to that. And I don't have a lot of patience either, so that doubles the issue. Yeah, you know what, James? I think I may be doing some paper mache, either videos, possibly live feed, but probably videos, just because the paper mache takes longer to get to the same point as other techniques. But yeah, I think paper mache is a very, very good, very versatile, and very affordable, accessible, creative art approach. And as you say, it's supplies getting harder and harder to get and more expensive. There are alternatives, and you can cast paper mache into a plaster mold and get a surface that you can't tell any difference from fiberglass or anything else. Yeah, Rick did great on that. Rick uses a different technique with his paper mache. It's actually something much more similar to what's called cold porcelain, which is a cornstarch and glue mix. It's great stuff. It is really great stuff. Gets more almost to a super sculpey kind of texture and consistency. There is a bunch of shrinkage with it, but it works really well, and it is extremely strong. I was very surprised. I was doing my paper mache critters, and I was using I can't remember which polymer clay I was using, one of the supposedly stronger ones for tiny teeth and stuff. And I would invariably break one or two or have to replace other ones. And another artist suggested this cold porcelain mix, so I tried it, and I made some even tinier teeth than I usually make. And this one piece had probably 100 teeth in it, quite a lot of teeth. And normally with that many teeth, I would break probably a dozen just putting them in. And I did not break a single one. They were so strong. Very, very happy with that stuff. There's plenty of recipes online for cold porcelain. If you want to try it, do not use the no heat one, because basically what it does is you cook it, and you're cooking the glue is what you're doing. That's what gives it its strength. If you don't cook it, it'll still dry and look fine and be workable and all that stuff, but it won't have the strength. It just physically won't have the strength. Yeah, I haven't heard about resin-crete. Do you know what looks like porcelain? Interesting. Do you know what the base resin is? Is it do you know if it's acrylic or urethane?
have a question, Chris. What do you attribute all your success to? Like, obviously, you're very artistic and you're super driven. Is that why you were able to get to the level you're at? What do you think, like, allowed you to get to the highest level of the industry?
Yeah, well, I think I was very fortunate in that I was raised by a very, very capable dad who knew how to approach stuff to get it done, to make it feasible and workable. And I inherited that or learned that from him. And that's not something everybody who was making creatures and stuff had. A lot of people didn't know how to deal with the budget and didn't know how to deal with the schedule. So I got it. Well, that looks great. There we go. That's the way to do it. Not having quite as much luck with this one. There we go.
That turned out perfect.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
This one came out just as well.
I think there's just a couple of air bubbles, but I can tool that out. That's perfect. Because they have an underbite, right?
What's that?
The gremlins have an underbite, right?
Just a little, yeah.
Oh, so something like that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's great.
Thanks, James. I will look forward to that. All right, so we got teeth.
I think the body's ready to come out of the fridge and we can stick the head in.
Well, let's see. That's not. I'd rather wait till tomorrow than mess it up. So make sure you feel confident.
As long as it's cool to the touch and there's no hot spots, it should be fine. Yeah, that seems good.
Huh. Well, James, that sounds like pretty interesting stuff. James is talking about J. Diction Resincrete 1000G water-based eco-friendly formula. I would love to know what that is.
It's nice and cold.
All right.
Stick the head in there.
We have a body. We have a torso.
Nope, close right and get this guy in here. And the head's going in the freezer.
Nervous? That's got some resin on me. Clean off before I have a reaction.
It's coming loose.
You need a hand?
It's getting there.
No, it's close. Yep. Really close. There it goes. It's going. Oh, is it the tail that it's sitting on? Does it need to go down a little?
Yeah, I seem to remember we had.
Oh, no.
No, this is the single tail.
Oh, it grabbed it. It was locking right there.
What's that?
It was locking
Ah, OC,
on
yeah.
that side. It's okay.
This one's not as easy.
Start again. There it goes. Gotta get this out. I don't want to break the toes. Oh yeah. Wiggle it. Getting it. There's one. There it goes. Perfect. All right, you do the honors.
All righty, here we go. Let's pull those toes, yeah.
Ooh. It's looking good. Oh, it's looking so good. Oh, hold on a sec.
That is really looking good. Yeah, we got.
Oh, it wasn't. I think they're just air bubbles. It wasn't because it was hot.
Oh man,
That turned out so good.
that looks great. Oh wow.
It's bringing back the feels.
Hmm?
Is it bringing back all the good feelings?
Oh yeah, it does actually.
Yeah, we can
The original excitement when we first opened the mold.
stick it right there.
Head first.
Oh, that's cool.
That is great.
So when you splice these pieces together, it looks like these shoulders, the sculpts overlap with what's on here.
Yeah.
So is there a defining line of where you were cutting and seaming?
I think we just went right down in there and right under this last.
So did you cut away from the body and not? I'm assuming you left all the material in the arm and you cut away from the body.
I don't think we did. I think it's we say these plates we kept on the torso,
Okay.
and it's really above that. It's this chunk here, and then we cut along here.
Okay, I see. That makes sense. Cool. Oh, that body turned out. That was worth the effort.
That's great.
Those lines are all super clean too. That's gonna take no time to clean up. Epic. You want to get some shots from behind? I got this plug in the back that we have to remove, but that's it. So this was the single tail, and you're saying later it got
this
split.
was the original sculpt. We went in and I think we actually we remolded the torsos. For the puppets, we cut the legs off and did those separately. Did the torsos separately. Did the neck separately. Did the arms separately, and then the head separately.
Happy with that? Looks pretty good.
Yeah, definitely does.
That's amazing. That's crazy.
Very cool. Yeah, that definitely came out good. Any of the repair stuff is really minor.
Yeah. me get Luna to come out and take some photos.
No,
Get what?
give
We have more cards.
them to
What number goes to the Yeah, Diego, you know the breakdance in the movie. You mentioned breakdancing, but there's in the bar scene. There's actually the breakdancer. That was shot
We'll take those
like
shoes.
6 months after we finished the movie. It was suddenly Warner Brothers wanted to have one of their recording artists have one of their songs in the movie. In fact, I think he wrote it just for the movie. So of course, Joe had to kind of configure some sort of party expansion on the bar scene. So we wound up shooting those breakdance shots over at ILM, which was not far from where I had my shop. But that was an add-on stuff. I think I was actually on Enemy Mine at the time.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and if you want to do the split tail, I can get you a bunch of photo reference for it.
I just leave it like this.
Okay.
I think it's even cooler that it's
Yeah.
just the original. Makes it more unique.
It's the real deal. Very, very cool.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, the beer gut guy was one of those things that came up when we were starting to do some of the rigs for it, and one of my crew, Brent Baker, came up with the idea of this expanding gut and all that stuff, and I'm like, that's with the materials we had in the day was not an easy thing to pull off. So I said, it's your idea, you get to do it, and forced him to do it. And he wound up using, I'm trying to remember what it was called. I think it was a smooth on Flesh Flex or something like that. It was an early, very low durometer urethane. It was actually a bit finicky to cast, and it did not have a long lifespan at all. It started its self-destruction pretty quickly, but it did last through the shot. So one more down. Yeah, I'm very impressed and very happy with how this has come out. Got a little gremlin skin on there.
I can't wait to see the head now.
Hmm?
I can't wait to see the head now.
I know.
I was worried about this one just because it's so big,
Yeah.
but I mean, if this came out this good, I think the head's going to be pretty epic.
Fingers crossed. It's definitely got undercuts and all that. Here's hoping. Yeah, I think I was telling everybody earlier, we had the bar scene really messed up the puppets because we were using real beer and we were using real popcorn with oil and salt and bar peanuts with salt and oil and all this stuff that is just absolutely deadly to latex.
and most organic compounds, but and we were cleaning them every single day after the shoot, but it's still, all that oil had soaked in there by then, and there was just no way back.
Oh, I'm antsy for that head now. That one's gonna be a little while. Oh, so what is the your hero gremlin? I guess what was he capable of doing?
He had 64 cables coming out of him.
Oh,
3 tubes. It was all cable and tube stuff, and he had huge amount of expression. He had the super arms in him, and let's see, he had the nictitating membrane. I think we changed the ear mechanism on that to double it, so they didn't just go up and down, but actually came forward and back a little on that one. Full eyes, blinks, brow, lips, tongue. I think that was it on the head. He had bladder, breathing.
oh wow.
Boy, what else? It was a long time ago. It was a very, very heavy puppet.
Oh my god. I can imagine how many puppeteers were needed too, because those were all manual lever control, right?
Well, we had our hand controls as well. So these were like pistol grip things that you could control 3 lines on, and that was basically for fingers and facial features and nothing heavier than that.
Mm-hmm.
And then we had levers for not a lot of stuff. We didn't use a lot of the lever stuff because most of our stuff was finer movement. The super arms it was a slave system. That was a primo piece of work. And that was 2 operators, one for all the major movement, including the wrist, and then the other just for the fingers.
Right.
And so I love those. They were you could just do anything with them.
That's amazing.
It was and this was something I had never tried a slave system before. All new technology as far as I was concerned. Everybody working on it had never done it before. So it was just kind of like, well, here's hoping we're not spending too much money on something that's not going to work. But it was great. And I think I did all of the... no, I think I may have had one other operator doing the stripe, because I think we only used the super arms on the stripe. And it was just so heavy. And there were only a couple of us who could really hold up for, multiple takes on stuff.
And was that this size or was it a larger
It
one?
was this size.
That is great. That's an insane amount to pack into that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow. All right. I'm thinking of how I'm going to, because I want to configure it to have pretty much all the movements your hero did,
Yeah.
but all animatronic.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Um,
Hold on. Odessa says she wants to know how you were planning on getting the animatronics in it. Like, what's your game plan?
What did she say?
Oh, Odessa. She wants to know how I'm going to do the animatronics.
Ah.
So once we have all of these body pieces cleaned up, we're going to do new molds, silicone jacket molds. So it'll be a silicone jacket with a plaster shell, similar to what the originals were. But I'll be using dragon skin, so it's a little more pliable and hopefully a little lighter than these ones. And I'll be rotocasting a silicone skin, and then similar to how I did these, where I rotocast a urethane shell inside of it, I'll do the same sort of thing with the new castings. So it'll be a silicone skin and then a rotocast urethane shell that fits inside. So the silicone skin is perfectly matched to that urethane shell. And then once that mold's complete, I can pull everything apart. I can pull the silicone skin off each body piece, and I'll have the urethane, basically skeletal endoskeleton that I can then segment up
and build a aluminum. It'll be half machined aluminum, half 3D printed, depending on how much weight is being thrown by the servos. And I can build everything out to fit within that body shell. And as long as it fits within that body shell, then everything can be internal on this puppet. So the legs will be stationary. I'm going to have probably some threaded rods that come out of the heels just so I can have mounted fixtures. But then everything above the hips is going to be animatronic. And I'll probably hook a good majority up to programmed controllers so that everything kind of runs on its own. But
All
I'm
right.
excited.
Diego Florisi wants to know, how could they hold things like the chainsaw? Were they
Yeah.
lightweight replicas?
So the chainsaw was a real chainsaw. It had the blades dulled, and Bob McDonald and his crew mounted it on a lever arm on the opposite non-camera side. And so that's really what supported it. And I operated that shot only because I was terrified, because they're using a real chainsaw, and even if it's dulled, you can still rip the hell out of yourself if you want. And Zach was kind of like, this is going to work, right? So the good thing was Bob McDonald had a stop on it, so I couldn't actually chop him in half. And I think the bat was balsa wood or something like that. So it worked really well. It was pretty terrifying. But these super arms could hold up a pretty fair amount of weight. They were really pretty strong, and I could throw things with them, and they were very, very cool. And how was driving the souped up Barbie vet? I'm embarrassed to say I did all that driving, and I'm the one who hit Snowflake, the dog.
Was that scripted?
No, totally not. I was trying to totally avoid the dog, and I can't remember how it happened, but I just hit him. He was fine and all that, but it was just kind of like, ugh. I felt so bad because he was such a great dog. Yeah, and it was fun. I mean, I can't remember. We had limited movement on Gizmo in that. We had, I think, head turns, eye turns, and ears, and that was about it. And all the rest was the close-up, oversized puppet, which had a lot more expression. But it was fun. It was actually kind of a nice break from all the craziness to just kind of sit there and play with the car.
So what about the Stripe melting scene in the
What's that?
Stripe in the fountain when he melts?
Stripe in the fountain.
I don't think we've talked about that one before.
No, we haven't. So this was one of those things that was very weird in the production, because we shot the last shot of Stripe is as a puddle of goo on the floor. We shot that first with no idea what the scene was going to be. I'm like, Joe, we have goo. We'll bubble it, whatever. But what's the scene? What are we doing here? You go, we'll figure it out. And so we did. And like the bubbling patch on the back, that was just an add-on on a regular puppet. And then, so we had, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 puppets for that sequence. There's the regular Stripe that we put the bubbling back on. Then there's the first puppet that's dissolving. Then there's the almost pure skeleton one that's dissolving. I think that's the same one we threw into the fountain. And we had a specific other one that was on a launch pole to come out. And again, I think the marionette was the one that dropped to the floor. And then we had, for the sort of dissolving, was a mix. The head was a balloon, and or the skull was a balloon. And then all the ribs and all the rest were on a flexible urethane that we had on rods that went below the set, all while we're pumping goo out.
Jeez.
To match the goo we shot months earlier.
It's an elaborate shot.
Mushroom, yes. Mushroom was the dog. I did not work on Inner Space. I think I was off on Enemy Mine at the time. I was somewhere. What else?
When you got to see the screening of this before it was out, Gremlins, did you know it was going to be like a really big hit when you first saw it before everyone
No.
else saw it?
No. I didn't see it till I saw it with an audience. I saw the rough cut, which was 4 hours long. So there's a lot you didn't get to see from the movie. And it was, I didn't like it. It didn't. I don't know. The music wasn't complete. The Mark Mangini, who did the sound work, had sort of made the Gremlins all sort of sound too animalistic and not like characters and stuff. And I remember coming out of that 4-hour screening, and because it was at the Academy Theater in LA, and I couldn't even look at anyone. I felt so terrible, and I was walking. I was 2 blocks away, and Mark Mangini caught up with me. He's going, "Well, what do you think?" And I was like, I couldn't lie and say, "Oh, you did a great job," which he did, but he just didn't. It wasn't the character that I was looking for. And I told him, and I said, "Well, whatever, do whatever." He said, "No, you're the Gremlin guy. If you're not happy, I'm not happy." He was great about it, absolutely great. Went in and redid everything, which really changed the nature of the Gremlins. So it was great. And then, but I didn't see that for until after it opened, and I saw it with a regular audience, and I was terrified. I was absolutely terrified, because I'm like going, are they gonna laugh at these puppets? Are they gonna just like boo the Gizmo when he comes out of the box and all this stuff? And I was just like, I was really anxiety disorder time, you know. And of course, sure enough, Gizmo comes out of the box, and the whole audience goes, "Oh!" And I'm like, "Oh my god, it's gonna work. I will survive another day. I won't have to commit suicide in shame."
Oh, jeez. God, yeah, that must have been.
It was, well, that was a huge picture for me, and a huge picture for anybody doing puppet stuff. And it was just kind of like, puppet stuff either really works well, or it can kind of work, or you just never get pulled into the reality of the puppets. And fortunately, the nature of the movie itself, just kind of being a throwback, 40s style film almost, really helped the acceptability of the puppets. So I was obviously thrilled. Rockin' Ricky Rialto, who was a real DJ in LA. I didn't meet him. That was all post, I think. But yeah, a lot of work on that picture.
Check this mold.
I'm just really thrilled the way this came out.
No, I'm beyond thrilled. I can't believe how clean it is.
Yeah. It really got the detail.
So how many of these Gremlins are you gonna make? Cause you,
2.
Chris, want any made?
Oh, unless Chris wants one.
How many do you want, Chris?
I don't deal with silicone much.
Well, the good thing about this mold, if you do want a urethane pull, I can do a flex foam.
Yeah. Well, what I was thinking of doing, even attempting with these, was to do freeform air.
Oh yeah.
And just do a press in like I did with the Zenith's head. I think you saw.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that worked out really well. Easily patchable, and then cut it up and just repose it so it's a second Gremlin.
Yeah. Well, you'll have fresh molds. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah. I think they may have served their purpose over all these years, and this is it.
It's a good final hurrah.
Yeah.
Very cool. So hopefully by the end of this summer, we'll have the bug done. Hopefully. And then I'm going to be working on these continuously. It'll be slow going.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm hoping by the end of the year we can have it all ready to go. Then
Yeah,
maybe
that'd be
next
so
year
cool.
throw it in a Comic-Con or something.
Yeah, that'd be so cool.
I don't think anyone's ever done one.
Not that I know of.
I mean,
I've never
there's
heard
plenty
of
of like Ecto ones and Supernatural Impalas. Or the other ones, the A-Team van, Scooby Doo.
Scooby Doo. Yeah, there's a few of those floating
Yeah.
Herbie
around.
or
I've
Kirby.
never
What is
s-
it? Herbie the Love
I've
Bug?
yeah,
Herbie
there's a
the Love
Herbie Love Bug. I've never seen Billy's bug though.
No, I
With
haven't either.
gremlins hanging out.
Well, I do have Billy's backpack.
Do you? We got to get a hold of him. See if he wants to.
What's that?
We got to get a hold of him. What-
Zach?
Zach. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got his info.
When everything's done, we'll
Yeah.
throw him in the bug. That'd be cool.
You probably love it.
That'd be super cool. I think he just did was that Mountain Dew commercial? With
Oh,
New
right.
Gremlins? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, the Mystery Machine. That's it.
Mystery Machine. There we go.
One guy saying, "Go big, do Futterman snowplow."
That'd be good.
That would be funny, actually. If you could rig it up with the driving gremlins.
We can make it work.
Yeah.
All right. So we have teeth are done, arms are done. All of those turned out good.
Yeah.
I don't think we have to I was debating recasting the first one just because of pull.
Got that. Yeah.
But I don't know if it's necessary. I think I can probably heat it up and press it back.
Yeah.
I think we can tool it back. 'Cause it's just right. So like right here, it puckered a little. And that's pulled right there. But I don't think it's bad. I think I can just
Yeah,
that
just
can just
stuff
be filled.
Yeah.
I don't think he knows.
Now, on the actual puppets, we did these plates individually so that they overlapped and moved better.
These ones?
Yeah. And those were just
That
later
would look good.
discussions. Very cool.
Getting real hungry.
How long do you think the head is done?
I don't know. I made the head super thick with the clay just because it was going to need more retooling than the rest of it, so it's going to take a little longer to cool than the others.
Why does he come to Greeley? Is there a convention there or something? Oh, okay, right. Yeah. I forgot about distortions.
Cool.
All right. Well, you want to?
So is this guy gonna hang as well, or just sit where he is?
I could drill him out and hang him. Might be good. We
Your
may as
choice.
well.
Your choice.
Doesn't hurt.
Well, why
You
don't
wanna
just
do it
do
while he's in there,
on the
yeah.
table?
Use your brain.
I'll help you, kid. Yeah, I haven't been to Colorado since I was in my teens. I have cousins there.
I was just there for the Red Rocks show.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
That was, yeah, a gorgeous amphitheater. Oh my god. All right, I'm going to have to use a different hook.
Getting there.
I'll just do a bigger hole.
So, Raiden, how long do you think it's going to take you to retool those before you have molds on them again?
Well, I don't know. Chris, did you want to retool them?
Did I want what?
Did you want to resculpt and retool them?
No.
He's like, I don't know. No.
No, I don't mind doing it at all. I don't know. I'm going to take my time. There's no rush.
Yeah.
But you're also obsessive, so it
Yeah,
could be
I'm
done by
also
morning. We don't
very
know.
obsessive, so I could just not sleep until it's done.
That sounds more likely, honestly.
I don't do that one anymore.
It's getting harder. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a month.
I give it 2 weeks.
We'll
I
see.
bet.
Between 2 weeks and a month.
Maybe less.
Once it's all retooled, the silicone jackets and stuff. I don't know if you want to come back down to do the silicone molds, or
See how I feel.
yeah. But that should all go pretty fast.
Yeah.
I can get the molds done.
You just do a paint-on coat and a mother mold jacket mold.
Yeah. So typically I'll do a real thin first coat, just so it gets in everything, and then I'll just add thickener more and more throughout the coats. And I do 4 coats of silicone, and then do a plaster jacket. And I'll probably set them up the same way. The plaster jacket's the same way you had them, because those released all really well the way you had it set up. So yeah, I think the lines were perfect on there. Cool. Well, it's probably going to be another hour or so.
I was just gonna
ready.
say,
Food time
better
instead?
safe than sorry. Let's call it a day.
I think so. I'll post update shots.
Okay.
All
right.
And then if you're okay with it, when it's demolded, I'll take a video and send it to you.
Yeah, great.
All right. Well, thanks, Chris.
So we're winding it up, gang. That's it for today. Pay attention to Raiden's social media for follow-up photos of the hopefully successful gremlin head demolding.
I've got a lot of faith.
Yeah.
These ones all turned out good. I think the head will be just as good.
Yeah, I'm actually quite impressed at how well they turned out. So
Good.
Alrighty. Bye.
All right, how do we do that? Braden, you come help me? I'm not sure. Shut the. Okay.
We gotta get photos.
Are you sure you
too.
want to stop streaming?
Take care.
Okay.